Chapter 770. In Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world, Ziyi, who was bored, was flipping through the nearly 10,000 books in Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. When she heard this, her hands trembled. She straightened her body and looked at Lan Xian, who was sitting beside her. Kaixia also turned her head. Mei Mao, who was as bright as the sun, was looking at her with a smile. Lan Xian's heart trembled when she heard this. Of course, they knew why she had said this. When they first met, Yun Nuoxing had said that she wanted to let Lan Xian a run in the divine world again. She wanted her to feel the gentle breeze and the hot sun. She wanted her to go to the East Sea and experience the world. However, even Ziyi had never heard of a method to reconstruct the body from the soul. Yun Nuo planet did not find such a thing in the treasure trove left behind by Xian Yin. Perhaps there was something behind the restriction, but there was nothing in the place where it appeared now. That's good, Xian. After dozens of eras, you can have a body again. Are you happy? Ziyi smiled and poked her smooth forehead. Hearing this, Lan Xian also smiled, but after a while, her face became slightly gloomy and her smile gradually disappeared. Ziyi and Kaixia were also stunned. They looked at each other and seemed to understand something, but they didn't say anything. As for Whitey, it was lying on the flaming lotus throne. It raised its head and looked at them. It opened its mouth and yawned. Then it closed its eyes and turned around to go back to sleep. A terrifying spiritual wave came out of the white jade bottle, causing the ordinary wooden house to tremble slightly. Although the spiritual wave was vast and terrifying, the great demon and Bai Ming opened their eyes wide. If they could get the elixir in the jade bottle, the great demon might be able to recover. The elixir that Yun Nuoxing took out was not the inferior grade elixir that he had estimated. It was a middle grade elixir, which could heal the injuries on the soul and eliminate all the drawbacks of the soul. As for the injuries, it was not an ordinary injury to the soul. Otherwise, this superior grade elixir would be child's play. The great demon stared at the jade bottle, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Although he could not recognize what kind of elixir it was, he knew that if he could consume it and refine it, he might be able to recover to the superior grade immortal level, or even the middle grade divine level. Phew! The great demon heaved a sigh of relief and gradually calmed down. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a complicated expression. He did not expect that he could take out such an elixir. The grade of the elixir should be the legendary grade. After pondering for a long time, the great demon tilted his head and exchanged glances with Bai Ming. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. The great demon also let out a dry cough. His gaze continued to stare at the jade bottle in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Although his gloomy face was still gloomy, there was an additional trace of gentleness. He smiled and said, "What grade of medicinal pill is this?" "Master gave it to me. It's a middle grade ice spirit essence elixir. It's used to heal injuries to the soul. Although it can heal external injuries, it's not as effective as healing one's soul." Yun Nuoxing smiled. He kept calling Great Demon as master, but he had pushed all the blame to the Soul's Saber Great Emperor. He wondered what the Soul's Saber Great Emperor would think if he knew about it. It's a famous divine medicine, even among the extreme grade elixirs. Every time it's concocted, it will consume a large amount of spirit essence. It's extremely harmful to the soul. Not many divine emperor alchemists are willing to concoct it. The great demon and Bai Ming's expression changed. They were astonished and seemed to understand something. Their words made Yun Nuoxing's expression change slightly. He clenched his fist and thought of Xian Yin again. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Senior Great Demon, what do you think? Is this Ice Spirit Essence elixir comparable to the mixed Yuan Iron Essence elixir and the method to reconstruct the body? Yun Nuoshing asked with a smile. The Great Demon pondered for a while. The Great Demon pondered for a moment, and a pondering expression flashed across his face. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Bai Ming. After seeing him quietly nod his head, he had some plans in his heart. Originally, if Yun Nuo Planet only wanted the mixed Yuan Iron Essence, he would not hesitate to exchange it. However, if it involved the secret method of his soul reconstruction, he would hesitate. After hesitating for a while, the Great Demon sighed and rubbed his head. He said, "Little girl, let me tell you in advance. Back then, my soul was almost destroyed by my enemy. Do you know why?" Yun Nuoshing was a little happy when she heard the Great Demon's words. However, she was a little stunned after hearing his words. She then shook her head. How would she know why the Great Demon's soul was destroyed? However, just as she shook her head, she was stunned. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a while and probed. Could it be because of the secret technique to reconstruct the body? Bai Ming also looked at the Great Demon curiously. He didn't know about this matter. The Great Demon nodded fiercely and said, "I obtained this secret technique by accident. If I'm not wrong, it should be passed down from a great power in the Divine Prefecture. As for which power it is, I'm not sure. I didn't stay in the Divine Prefecture for long. This secret technique seems to be a secret technique that great power doesn't pass down. If they discover that an outsider is practicing it, they will definitely send someone to retrieve it. The fastest way to retrieve it is naturally." When the Great Demon said this, he waved his hand in front of him, causing the air to turn slightly cold. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Indeed, when a person died, they would disappear like smoke. Not allowing others to know about it was indeed the best way. "Ha ha!" The Great Demon suddenly shook his head with a smile and said, "But I'm thinking too much. You have such a powerful master behind you. Even the 9 divine halls have to treat you with respect. How would those people dare to care about you?" When he said this, he even laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, the Great Demon gently touched the token on his waist. There was a flash of light, and an extremely thick, silver-black metal lump the size of a wash basin appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, the metal lump was full of bumps and bumps. Its surface was also uneven. Under the sunlight, there was a ray of silver light flowing through it. After a while, the Great Demon sighed and took out another page. He placed it gently on the surface of the metal lump and said softly, "This is the secret technique to repair the soul. This secret technique is incomplete. However, the cultivation method can be ignored because this page contains the entire method to reconstruct the body. At first, there will be some inconsistencies. However, as you cultivate or use some medicine to make up for it, this flaw will be erased." Yun Nuoshing stared at the silver-black metal lump that was slowly spinning in front of her. The light that was emitted from it was somewhat dazzling. She could even vaguely feel the metal elements in her body heating up. Yun Nuoshing gently exhaled, a smile hanging on his face. Under the Great Demon's grinning gaze, Yun Nuoshing gently held the page in his hand. The ice-cold sensation caused Yun Nuoshing's smile to grow even wider. He carefully inspected the remnant page. After confirming that there was no mistake, he finally smiled in satisfaction. He did not expect that he would be able to obtain such an additional reward on this trip. "I can finally help Xian or reconstruct her body." Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. The promise that she had made for many years could finally be fulfilled. "Ha! Senior Great Demon, This Ice Spirit Divine Essence pill is yours. After putting the 2 items into the pendant solemnly, Yun Nuoshing smiled and took the jade bottle that was hanging by the side. Then she respectfully handed it to the great demon. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the great demon excitedly stretched out his hands and received the jade bottle with trembling hands. Then he took a deep breath and waved at Yun Nuoshing and the rest. Then he looked at Bai Ming and said, "Old Bai, protect me. I will now. Great demon, you should recuperate first. This matter cannot be rushed." Hearing this, Bai Ming also nodded with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoshing and the rest looked at each other. Then they cupped their hands at the 2 of them. Knowing how excited the great demon was, they did not stay any longer. They laughed happily in their hearts and quietly walked out of the wooden house. When Bai Ming saw this, he turned around and reminded the great demon. Then he chased after them and wanted to send Yun Nuoshing off. Before Yun Nuoshing and the rest left, they stopped when they heard the voice behind them. When they saw Bai Ming walking in front of them, they smiled and cupped their hands together. "Thank you, Senior Bai. If there is anything we can help with in the future, we will definitely lend a hand." Hearing this, Bai Ming waved his hand and smiled. "This time, we have resolved a knot in the great demon's heart. Instead, we owe you a favor." However, even though he said this, he was still quite happy. After knowing about Yun Nuoshing and the rest's talent in alchemy, he wanted to befriend them. As for roping them in, he did not dare to think about it. After chatting for a while, Bai Ming said, "I will stay behind to protect the great demon. I will not send you off." Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. "Wish Senior Great Demon good luck for me." "I will." Bai Ming nodded. As if thinking of something, he said, "Oh, right, you mentioned the Star Stone before, right?" Hearing this sentence before turning around, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Then she nodded and said hopefully, "Senior Bai, do you have a clue?" "Hee, I naturally don't have such a divine object. However, I know where it might appear." Bai Ming smiled and shook his head. Then he stretched out his withered hand and pointed to the east of Yuan Cauldron City. In the east of Yuan Cauldron City, there is a very large silver-white platform. You will see it when you go there. Occasionally, a Tao origin meeting for alchemists will be held there. To put it bluntly, it is a group of alchemists who will discuss alchemy and exchange their experiences in alchemy. Any alchemist above the supreme grade can participate. However, even if the Tao origin meeting is not held, there will still be people there all day long. Alchemists who have encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation will go there. Those who have encountered problems in alchemy will also go there to discuss with others. Occasionally, there will also be people who will exchange alchemy recipes. It is one of the most important places in Yuan Cauldron City. Bai Ming smiled as he stroked his 1-foot-long beard and said, "I'm protecting the great demon. You can tell Yi Lin and Mu Yang about this. They can also bring you there." "Okay, thank you, Senior Bai." Yun Nuoshing smiled and cupped his hands. He had never heard of this so-called Tao origin meeting. Although they were qualified to participate, it would save them a lot of trouble if they had an experienced guide. As for the white platform that Bai Ming had mentioned, he had seen it before. On the day he had arrived, he had overlooked the entire Yuan Cauldron City from 1,000 miles away. It was a huge white platform that occupied nearly a quarter of the entire Yuan Cauldron City. After informing Bai Ming, Yun Nuoshing left with Xian and the other girls, rapidly flying towards the Sacred Fire Guild. In a short while, they had returned to the guild. After a brief search, he found Yi Lin and Mu Yang and explained the matter to them in detail. "Bring you to the pill origin platform No problem, but I have some bad news to inform you. The Tao Origin meeting was held not long ago and will not be held again in the near future. Yilin nodded after hearing Yun Nuoxing's words. However, the information in his words made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. They had come at the wrong time. Upon seeing the bitterness on his face, Mu Yang helplessly scratched his beard as he consoled. However, even though the Tao Origin meeting will not be held, the liveliness there will not decrease by much. There will still be many alchemists there. Moreover, from what I know, the one you are looking for will also appear there. Mu Yang smiled. Chapter 771. Origin Cauldron City was a city where almost all of its members were alchemists. In this city, where alchemy was the norm, even life would be closer to alchemy. The Pill Origin platform was a place that was born out of this, occupying nearly a quarter of the area of Origin Cauldron City. The Pill Origin platform was tens of thousands of feet tall and was divided into 4 levels. Not everyone was qualified to step onto the platform, requiring a certain level of strength. From the bottom to the top, they were divided into elite, top, immortal, and saint. However, if one had a background in Origin Cauldron City, such as Dazzling Flame Palace, Morning Pill's Sacred Hall, or Sacred Fire Guild, then even an immortal alchemist could reach the top level. If the younger generation of elite and top-tier alchemists from these 3 forces wanted to go up, they would need to be led by the seniors of their respective forces. In other cases, no matter what background one had, those who trespassed without reaching the required grade would be surrounded and chased away by the guards of each level. In the worst case, they would even be banned from entering the Pill Origin platform. At this time, on the Pill Origin platform, other than the top floor, there were many people on the other 3 platforms. Some people were holding rare or even rare herbs in their hands, discussing with other alchemists what these herbs were, what kind of medicine they could refine, and how to mix them. Others took out a bottle of pills and let people identify the pills just by smelling the pill fragrance. There were also some people who gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss their own alchemy skills or sit down to set up a stall. So big, it looks much bigger than it looks from the sky. At the bottom of the Pill Origin platform, 6 or 7 people walked out from the street. When they arrived at the bottom, they looked up at the huge silver-white platform that was even taller than the city walls. The colorful-haired girl immediately exclaimed. Every inch of the Alchemy Origin platform was engraved with mysterious patterns, like the totems of birds and beasts. The entire Alchemy Origin platform was densely engraved with these patterns, making it look extremely mysterious. Let's go up first. Yilin saw his surprised expression and felt a little satisfied. The Pill Origin platform was the largest and most special area in Origin Cauldron City. Who knew how much effort was put into its construction? To be able to receive the praise of an outsider made them feel that the construction was very worthwhile. Yun Nuoxing nodded. After thinking for a while, she exchanged glances with Xian, took out her alchemist badge, and hung it on her chest. She then tidied her purple and gold robe before looking at Yilin. Yilin chuckled when he saw their solemn expressions. He waved his hand and led them up the stairs. On both sides of the platform steps, there were 2 fully armed guards. Their auras quietly spread out. These guards were actually divine experts. Their eagle-like eyes constantly scanned the people who were ascending the platform. Their focus was the badge on everyone's badge on their chest. If there was nothing important, they wouldn't take action. If there was nothing important, they wouldn't. Their eyes were on the badges. When Yun Nuoxing and the others approached, the 2 guards paid special attention to them. However, when they saw Yilin, the 2 guards with solemn expressions cupped their hands towards him. When they saw the badges on Yun Nuoxing and the others' chests, they also bowed towards them. according to the rules of the pill origin platform, alchemists of the immortal grade and above could bring their companions in. Therefore, they didn't stop Feng Er and the others and allowed them to follow Yun Nuoxing and Yi Lin up the white platform. After walking up the platform, the quiet atmosphere was instantly thrown away. Noisy and boisterous voices suddenly rushed towards their faces and drilled into their ears. The pill origin platform has a formation that blocks out the sounds inside and outside. The alchemists of Origin Cauldron City will come here to discuss the Tao when they have nothing to do. Yi Lin smiled and pointed at a place where a group of people were gathered. Yun Nuoxing turned his gaze and looked in the direction that Yi Lin was pointing at. Then he saw a group of people talking loudly and passionately about something. Their words were like swords, and the atmosphere was even more hostile. Why does it seem like two groups of people are quarreling? The people gathered in a group were even gesticulating and pointing at each other from time to time. Their faces were filled with disdain, and they were arguing until their faces were red. It seemed more like they were quarreling. Don't underestimate the Tao of alchemy. Many alchemists have their doubts solved through this debate and exchanged their knowledge of alchemy. Who knows, they might be able to derive new alchemy recipes. Yi Lin laughed and said, "You can go and observe. Who knows, you might be able to gain some insights. With your grades, no one will dare to provoke you." Yi Lin pointed at his chest. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. They were currently on the premium platform. With two immortal grade alchemists standing here, it would be very easy for them to attract attention. "I'll go take a look at the immortal grade platform and ask about that person. If you're tired of watching, come up and we'll meet up there," Yi Lin said, then turned around and walked up the platform. "Okay." Yun Nuoxing and Yi Lin nodded. Then they looked at Yi Shi and the others and smiled. They looked left and right, then fixed their eyes on a group of people who were gathered at the side and talking peacefully about something. They slowly walked over. When Yun Nuoxing and the others just walked over, a young-looking person walked forward. He took out an item from his spatial storage device and spread it out on his hand, attracting many people's attention. At first glance, it was a red tree branch that was 1 foot long. The bark on its surface was curled up, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the surface of the branch was not bark at all. Instead, it was flower petals that were only the size of a pinky nail. They were extremely hard, and even if one were to touch them, the petals would not change. These small flowers were densely packed throughout the entire branch. When one looked at it from afar, it looked like curled tree bark. I saw this medicinal herb in the forest. There aren't many demonic beasts there. When I picked it, there was nothing special. The surrounding weeds grew a foot tall and blocked it. The young man raised the medicinal herb so that everyone could see it more clearly. He said, "Does anyone recognize this medicinal herb?" As soon as he said that, everyone curiously stretched their necks to take a closer look. However, many people frowned and shook their heads. They could not recognize what medicinal herb it was. Another person took out a thick book and flipped through it. In the end, he could not find it even after a long time. He could only sigh gloomily. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where." This branch is shaped like a fiery rock, and it grows deep in the mountains where no one disturbs it. Could it be a rock vine? One person stepped forward, touched his chin, and said hesitantly, "Rock vine?" When everyone heard this, they looked at him curiously and pondered. Rock vine grows in hard rocks and jumps out from the cracks of the rocks. It has the effect of tempering the body and breaking the bones. If it is refined into a pill, it can increase the strength of the body and make the body as hard as a rock. The person continued, "No, there is a record in the Medicine Immortals canon. The rock vine stands at the peak of a mountain. It is not frozen even after enduring wind and snow all year round. It uses rocks and snow as its source of life. It hibernates for 1,000 years before breaking out from the rocks. As soon as the person finished speaking, a slightly chubby young man shook his head. He said reasonably and said, "Just now, this brother said that the weeds grew a foot long. It is obviously a place of eternal spring. It can't be a rock vine." When the person heard this, his cheeks trembled. He looked at the fatty with some displeasure and said, "Then tell me, if this is not a rock vine, what medicinal herb is it?" This. The fatty laughed embarrassedly. He scratched his fat face and said, "I don't know." "TCH, listen to your nonsense. This is a rock vine. If it is not, then tell me what medicinal herb it is." The young man who said it was a rock vine rolled his eyes and pointed at the fatty. He said angrily. The fatty also snorted and crossed his arms. "Although I don't know what medicinal herb it is, I have the Medicine Immortals canon as evidence. I can prove that this is not a rock vine. If you are not convinced, I can take it out now. But you insist that this is a rock vine. What evidence do you have? Could it be that you are just guessing?" Nonsense. There should be a limit to your nonsense. Bullshit. As the two people refused to accept each other, the young man even rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the fatty's collar. The fatty was not to be outdone. He grabbed the former's wrist and argued with him until his face and ears turned red. When the people beside them heard the words of the two people, they also held their own opinions. Only the young man holding the tree branch stood in the same place in a daze. Seeing that this group of people could not be reasoned with, they started to fight. It did not seem like they were here to discuss the Tao. It seemed like they were here to fight. Puffed. When Ziyin and Yun Nuoxing saw this, they could not help but burst into laughter. When the surrounding people heard this, they also turned their heads around in shock. When they saw the few little girls gathered together and laughing, their eyes also brightened. The young man who was holding a tree branch could not help but take a few more glances, after which he coughed dryly and said, "Ladies, I don't know what you are laughing about. This is a very serious topic. Don't randomly disturb us." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing and Ziyin also slowly stopped laughing. After a dry cough, Yun Nuoxing said, "Well, actually, I know what this is." Huh. When the young man heard this, he suddenly put down the fatty who was fighting with him and shouted, "You know, it is a rock vine, right?" "Bah, miss, don't listen to his nonsense. This is definitely not a rock vine. I dare to swear on the Medicine Immortals canon." The fatty also replied, not to be outdone. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, Yun Nuoxing was a little embarrassed. She shook her head and said, "This is indeed not a rock vine. This is a rock flower branch. It is very similar to a rock vine. When the two are placed together, it is very difficult to distinguish them. The medicinal properties are very mild. Snow-concealing grass, dragon gall fruit, and the rock flower branch can be used to refine a low-level St. Grade body-tempering pill." Yun Nuoxing smiled. Rock flower branch, low-level St. Grade. Everyone was stunned. The young man who said it was a rock vine was also stunned. He frowned and was about to refute when he saw the badges on Yun Nuoxing and Ziyin's chests and their purple gold robes. He immediately widened his eyes and said, You're a deity great alchemist." Hearing his exclamation, everyone also looked at the two people from Yun Nuoxing in shock. Their eyes were slightly dull. Just now, they were so focused on arguing that they didn't notice the clothes of the two people. Then, they were a little curious. They didn't know why these two immortal-level masters came to this premium platform. Since the deity great alchemist said it was a rock flower branch, it should be right Yes, it should be a rock flower branch. After seeing their grades, everyone accepted the answer immediately. Yun Nuoxing shook her head helplessly. Then she looked at the young man who was holding the rock flower branch excitedly and said with a smile, "Let me say something. The rock flower branch has been extinct since ancient times. Therefore, although the one in your hand might not be the last one, I guess it should be close to it." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, many people's expressions changed slightly. Then they looked at the young man enviously. The young man also looked at the fiery red branch in his hand in confusion. This was an extinct medicinal herb. No wonder no one could recognize it. Seeing everyone's gaze, Yun Nuoxing shook her head with a smile. She took Xian's hand and looked at Feng, and the others. Then she said with a smile, "Let's go up." The girls also smiled and nodded. Then they followed Yun Nuoxing up the stairs. Along the way, they also looked at the elixir grades in other places. In one place, an old man took out a vague prescription and invited everyone present to complete it together. However, in the end, he did not get what he wanted. There was also a group of people who directly set up their cauldrons to refine elixirs on the spot. They competed in alchemy skills on the spot. As for the winner, it was a young man whose grade was lower than the others. This really shocked everyone present for a while. Yun Nuoxing and the others observed for a while and felt that there was nothing special. Then they walked to the third level, the deity grade platform. Chapter 772. Oh, you guys are here. How do you feel? As soon as they stepped onto the platform, Yun Nuoxing saw Yilin standing at the stairs and smiling at them. She couldn't help but smile and say, "It's okay. It's more interesting than I thought." When Yilin heard this, he chuckled, waving his hand. He turned around and walked towards the platform. "Come, that fellow has just arrived. Hold on to your purse tightly. Be careful of that fellow's exorbitant demands." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and followed him. Compared to starstones, starstones contained much purer and richer power of the stars. It was also a level 12 material, similar to colored glass spiritual sand and mixed yuan iron essence. Although it wasn't labeled as exclusive to gods, it was still a rare treasure of the same level. If Yilin knew what it was, then he would have to take out something valuable. Yun Nuoxing subconsciously touched the 2 rings on her fingers. She rubbed her eyebrows and cheered herself up a little. Then she quickened her pace and caught up with Yilin. The group of people followed Yilin for a while. Along the way, they stopped at some stalls with some interest. They looked around and bought some prescriptions and herbs. However, these prescriptions were all given to Ziyan by Yun Nuoxing. This girl's talent in alchemy was higher than his. He was depressed for a while, and then he recovered. After that, he began to buy continuously. However, the prescriptions on this immortal grade platform were not very high level. Most of them were middle immortal grade. High-level ones were somewhat rare. As for saint-level ones, it was estimated that they would have to go to the top. A few minutes later, Yilin brought Yun Nuoxing and the others to a place where there weren't many people. Everyone had a mid-level immortal grade, or even a high-level badge on their chest. Compared to the entrance and the lower floors, the scene of loud discussions and arguments was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was just 1 or 2 people clustered together and discussing softly. Occasionally, someone would put his hands together and show a look of understanding. In front of the place where Yilin stopped, there were 2 wooden chairs. One of them was already occupied. It was a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 30s. He was a little slovenly and had stubble around his mouth. At this moment, he was sleeping with his arms crossed and his head tilted back. A trace of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, making him Look very funny. Yun Nuoshing glanced at Yi Lin and saw the helpless look on his face. It seemed that this person was his target this time, but what was with this posture? Lowering his head to look at the middle-aged man's chest, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but tremble when he saw the mid-level Saint grade badge. There didn't seem to be any peerless alchemists in Yuanding City, and there were only a few high-level and mid-level Saint grade alchemists. These alchemists were already considered the top alchemists in Yuanding City. However, there was a mid-level Saint grade alchemist sleeping soundly in front of him. Moreover, it was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Elder Kong, wake up. Yi Lin smiled bitterly when he saw that the middle-aged man was still sleeping and tried to wake him up. However, this time, Elder Kong didn't wake up. Yi Lin was a little uncertain. After waiting for a few minutes, he tried again. Following the second call, Yun Nuoshing seemed to notice that Elder Kong's finger trembled slightly. Soon after, a powerful aura slowly rose from the latter's body and spread in all directions. Yun Nuoshing's expression didn't change when he saw this scene. The divine weapon in his body trembled slightly, emitting a weak energy fluctuation that pushed the aura away without affecting them. Yi Lin smiled bitterly, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, Elder Kong, I didn't mean to disturb you. I've come here for an important matter. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw Yi Lin's respectful appearance. Yi Lin's position in the Sacred Fire Guild was quite high. Even though his hair and beard had already turned white, he still cupped his hands and called a middle-aged man senior. However, based on Elder Kong's rank, he indeed had the qualifications to do so. After Yi Lin spoke, the aura quietly dispersed. Soon after, the middle-aged man on the chair slowly lowered his head and relaxed his crossed hands. His eyes abruptly opened as a sliver of sharp dignity surged within. Yi Lin's eyes stung as he hurriedly lowered his head. Yi family's boy, what's the matter? Elder Kong's gaze softened slightly. He glanced at Yi Lin, then at Yun Nuoshing and the others, before speaking in a neutral tone. Senior, this matter has nothing to do with Senior Yi. I was the one who forced him to bring me here. I hope you don't blame me. Yun Nuoshing took a step forward, cupped his hands towards Elder Kong, and spoke respectfully. Elder Kong took another glance at him when he heard this. His gaze paused on the badge on his chest for a while, before slowly turning away. He then looked at Yun Nuoshing's young face and asked, What's the matter? Yun Nuoshing gently breathed in, cupped his hands together, and said, I'll get straight to the point. I heard that Senior Kong has a stellar stone. I want to make a deal with Senior. Elder Kong's thick brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into an arc. He looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile that was not a smile and said, You? What bargaining chip does a god-tier alchemist have to negotiate with me? Yun Nuoshing could not help but roll her eyes when she heard this. She gently coughed and said, I know that I don't have enough weight. However, I've not come with my own identity this time. I'm representing my master to make a deal with Senior Kong. Who's your master? Elder Kong looked at Yi Lin with interest when he heard this. The Sacred Fire Guild's purple gold robe. This little girl was probably a member of the Sacred Fire Guild. Such a young god-tier alchemist was probably not Yi Lin's. She was probably the personal disciple of some higher-up. Senior Kong, you may have heard that my master once charged into the demon world alone with a blade. He entered and exited 7 times without suffering a single injury. He was known as the Soul Blade Emperor. Yun Nuoshing dryly coughed with a solemn expression. When this name came out, Elder Kong's hand also trembled. His body suddenly sat up straight, and he looked at Yun Nuoshing with a face of astonishment. Yilin's heart was also sweating a little. Although he had previously heard Yun Nuoxing say that his master always carried a blade on his back and had some guesses, he still couldn't help but tremble a little when he confirmed it at this moment. Soul Blade Great Emperor. Other than his astonishing soul blade, his name was also very well known in the alchemist world. Phew! After being shocked for a moment, Elder Kong gently exhaled and looked at Yun Nuoxing with some doubt. He pondered for a moment and said, "Little girl, words alone have no proof. How do I know if your identity is real or fake?" Yun Nuoxing faintly smiled when she heard this. She reached into her bosom and touched the pendant. A white light flashed in her hand, and she took out a palm-sized token. In the middle of the token was a large blade that was as long as a finger. Its shape was exactly the same as the one on the Soul Blade Emperor's back. Yun Nuoxing spread the token out and showed it to the two of them. Then she smiled and said, "I wonder if this can prove my identity?" Elder Kong and Yilin's eyes were unusually solemn when they saw the familiar symbol that they had seen countless times in books appear before their eyes. The contempt in the former's eyes was restrained by a lot. He secretly glanced at Yilin from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that Yilin was similarly astonished and did not seem to know anything, his heart slowly calmed down. Yun Nuoxing secretly laughed in her heart when she saw the appearance of the two of them. Besides the Soul Blade Emperor's token, there were 5 other tokens in the pendant. They were forced to her by the Empress and the others. Yun Nuoxing did not expect that they would come in handy at this moment. After a long while, Elder Kong took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Yun Nuoxing. When he saw her looking at him with a smile, he was silent for a moment. Then he slapped his thigh and said, "Of course there's no problem. May I know your name?" "My name is Uxian. Master has asked us to search for forging materials. I hope that senior can make an exception." Yun Nuoxing cupped her hands respectfully. When she heard that Elder Kong had changed the way he addressed her, she could not help but secretly laugh. Sometimes, with some status, it was indeed much easier to talk to. "Yes, of course there's no problem. However, even if you are the Soul Blade Emperor's student, you still have to act according to my rules. I can give you this star stone, but I need information that is worthy of its value." Elder Kong gently rubbed his hands together and said, "Information?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He had thought of many things, but he did not expect that Elder Kong would give him such a condition. This caused him to be a little dumbfounded. Yi Shi and the others were also stunned. They looked at each other and then scratched their heads in distress. What kind of condition is this? Not exchanging anything but information? Yes, information. As long as I don't know about it, it's fine no matter what information it is. For example, where medicinal herbs are, where medicinal herbs will appear, where there are ruins and secret realms that even beginner god-level experts can go to, and some special places. Although everything in the world had a price, how should the price of information be marked? What kind of information was worthy of a 12th grade rare treasure? Yun Nuoxing was also a little distressed. He still had many things on him. If he used those things to exchange, he did not feel that there would be any problem. At most, he would have to pay a heavy price. In fact, he was already prepared for this. However, he never expected that Elder Kong's condition would be information. Should he tell him the location of a divine flame? Elder Kong was not in a hurry when he saw the expressions of Yun Nuoxing and the others constantly changing. He sat on the chair and tapped his fingers lightly, quietly waiting for Yun Nuoxing to speak. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment, and then his eyes spun before he coughed dryly and said, "Senior, have you heard of any ruins appearing in the Ganyuan region recently?" Elder Kong's fingers that were tapping repeatedly stopped, and then he raised his head to glance at Yun Nuoshing. He pondered for a moment before he shook his head. Ahem. Yun Nuoshing was slightly unable to make an estimate when he saw this, and he thought for a moment before he said, I wonder if the information about the ruins of an ancient city from the Dark Era can be exchanged for that starstone? There are many god-level powerhouses buried in the ruins. The ruins of an ancient city from the Dark Era. Elder Kong pondered deeply when he heard this, and his heart shook fiercely, especially when he heard the words God. However, he didn't make a decision right away. Not everything was in the ruins, and not every ruin would leave behind something special. If these ruins were unable to provide him with the slightest bit of help, then this trade would be a loss. In reality, exchanging information like this was a gamble as well. If he was able to obtain benefits from this information, then it would be a joyous matter for everyone. And if he wasn't able to obtain anything, then he could only sigh at his own misfortune. Yun Nuoshing continued. Actually, this matter happened not too long ago, but it just happened to be beside a large city. When we left, only a portion of people were preparing to set off. However, it will reach here sooner or later, so I should think of something else. Elder Kong's face twitched when he heard this. This was a living temptation. If he found out at this moment, then he would still be a step ahead of many people, but if he waited for the news to reach here, then there would probably be nothing left of him. All right, I'll take this. Tell me. Elder Kong nodded, and his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and said, Senior Kong, let me take a look at the starstone first. I'm right here, and I won't be able to escape. Elder Kong rolled his eyes. Without any delay, he waved his hand and took out a huge boulder that was more than 10 feet tall. He placed it heavily on the ground, snorted softly, and urged, Tell me quickly. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the huge boulder. The surface of the pitch-black star domain was no different from the starstone, but the difference was that the surface of the starstone was a static star domain, while the starstone's star domain was flowing. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see many golden lines flickering and flowing inside. Actually, if you had held on for a little longer, I would have used the information of the divine flame to exchange for it. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart, then looked at Elder Kong with a smile. He knew that the latter was probably doing this for the sake of the Soul Saber Great Emperor. If it was someone else, he would probably drag on for a little longer. The truth was just as Yun Nuoshing expected. Elder Kong felt that this condition was still too unrealistic, as there were too many unknown factors. However, the former was related to the Soul Saber Great Emperor, so he had no choice but to give him face. As for the rest, it would depend on his luck and whether he could obtain anything special. After telling Yun Nuoshing about the Sky Fantasy mountain range, Elder Kong casually gestured. Yun Nuoshing smiled and took away the starstone. If it was in the hands of a blacksmith, the difficulty of exchanging this level 12 material would not be much lower than forging a divine weapon. It was also because it would not be of much use in the hands of an alchemist, so those alchemists could only exchange it for other things. This made the process much simpler. Yun Nuoshing violently heaved a sigh of relief after keeping the last piece of unique treasure he had obtained. He then explained the matters of the ancient city to Elder Kong in detail. There were many places that he had not explored. Therefore, the value of this information was not very great. It was only useful for the latter to know about it. However, Elder Kong was already satisfied with this. After packing up a little, he flew towards the city gate. His impatient manner caused Yi Lin to smile bitterly. As he watched Elder Kong vanish from his field of vision, Yun Nuoshing stretched his body and said to Yi Lin with a smile, Thank you, Senior Yi. All three of you have helped me greatly this time. You were assessed from the Sacred Fire Guild. This little authority is not a problem for you. Yilin smiled and waved his hand. Although he said that he did not mind, he was actually very happy. This was actually an indirect favor to the Soul Saber Great Emperor. If he knew, he would know that this was not just a favor from the Soul Saber Great Emperor, but also a favor from the Nine Divine Hall. Oh no, let's go. After finishing, Yun Nuoxing originally wanted to stroll around. However, when he glanced to the side, he inadvertently saw a person. His expression slightly changed as he hurriedly informed Yilin. Then he pulled Ziyin and the other girls and quickly disappeared from this place. Yilin also followed in confusion. After they were a distance away, they hurriedly went down from the Alchemy Origin platform. After leaving the Alchemy Origin platform, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. I almost bumped into that guy. After confirming that it was safe, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Alchemy Origin platform behind him with lingering fear. What happened? Who did you offend? Yilin asked. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and told him what happened when they were looking for the colored glaze spiritual sand. After hearing the middle-aged man's name, Yilin could not help but be speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, that old man Miao Pu's position in the Morning Pill Sacred Hall is equivalent to the three of us. You were right to hide quickly. That guy's talent is average. His current rank is piled up with time. He's already an expert of the underworld king realm, but he can't break through to the divine level. He's also lustful. Many people have already dared to chase after him. I just saw him with a large group of people. It seems like he's looking for someone. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's better to leave quickly. Yun Nuoxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head. He said, we've got the 3 heavenly treasures. It's time for us to leave. Hee, we don't have much time left. Okay, then I wish you a safe journey. If you have time, come back and chat with us. If you need anything, just let us know. As an alchemist, there will always be a time when you need herbs. Yilin stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Yun Nuoxing also smiled and said a few more words. Then he led Ziyin and the other girls away from Yilin and walked towards the city. Chapter 773. After separating from Yilin, Yun Nuoxing wasn't in a hurry to leave for the city gate. Instead, he asked someone about the location of the dazzling fire palace and rushed there without stopping. The 2 heavenly treasures were thanks to the Sacred Fire Guild. To be more precise, it was thanks to Yilin and Bai Ming. Yun Nuoxing also wanted to settle this matter before leaving. With his schedule, he wouldn't return unless something happened. Therefore, it was better to settle this matter immediately. Holding the 9 shrine medallion, he rushed into the dazzling fire palace. The arrival of Yun Nuoxing's group naturally caused a commotion. Just as Jin Huan said, the faces of Yun Nuoxing's group were spread to all the subordinate forces of the 9 shrine. This was very useful at times. As long as they didn't conceal themselves, it was very easy to recognize them. However, there were also times when they concealed themselves, such as their shiny long hair. Although the person in charge of the dazzling fire palace repeatedly said that he didn't need Yun Nuoxing's remuneration, he still stayed behind and inquired about the location of the elemental plane. Only then did he pull Ziyin and the other girls and soar into the sky. No, he directly left the dazzling fire palace through the array of the dazzling fire palace. Following the departure of Yun Nuoxing's group from the dazzling fire palace, the short story that had happened in the dazzling fire palace had also come to an end. Although he couldn't personally witness what kind of storm the words he left behind would cause in the dazzling fire palace, he could more or less guess what had happened. In any case, the Morning Pill's Sacred Hall would be suppressed by the dazzling fire palace to the point of being unable to breathe. That Miao Pu would also never be able to guess what had happened. The incident at Origin Cauldron City was just a small interlude. They stayed there for more than 2 days. Yun Nuoshing was practically running at full speed with the light element. She didn't directly use light speed, but increased her speed by a lot. She didn't even bother to rest when passing by some small cities. After flying in the sky for an entire day, they finally slowed down when they were very close to the elemental planes. Not far away, they happened to see a city. It was so coincidental that Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. It's not a coincidence. I asked Su Ming to adjust the route and come here. Yishi raised her head and glanced at Yun Nuoshing as she spoke unhurriedly. Then she lowered her head and ate the large pile of food that little Bing Er had bought. What's wrong with this city? Yun Nuoshing sat down in confusion. He didn't ask Su Ming to change the route. He only looked at Yi Shi with his multicolored eyes. Since she wanted to come here, she should have something to do. After eating a bun, Yi Shi stared blankly for a moment. She raised her small face and looked at the horizon with her wine-red eyes. A trace of reminiscence and some sadness flashed through her eyes. After a while, she said in a small voice, there's something. Although he didn't know what she was thinking, Yun Nuoshing clearly saw the sadness in her eyes. However, he didn't know what to say. To be honest, he didn't know much about her. Yishi rarely talked about her life, so they had no way of knowing. We'll accompany you. Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her hair. Although he didn't know, it didn't matter. Yishi looked at him, smiled gently, and nodded. Stardust City. Rumor had it that before the city was built, a broken star turned into a fireball and fell on the city. It burned everything within 1 million miles, leaving not even a blade of grass. No one knew how many years had passed before the city regained its vitality. People who had seen that scene built a city here and remembered the name. Every city is a miniature version of the world. Countless people live their lives here. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. Stardust City. Stardust, the fragments of the stars. What a good name. This city also has its most unique story. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the huge city that spanned more than 300,000 miles from the sky. She seemed to be affected by his laughter, and the sadness in Yi Shi's big eyes was diluted. She smiled slightly and said, Stardust City has a star descent ceremony. It's held once a year by the only school in the city. The ceremony is held for every child who has reached the age of 14. A portion of the star's fate will be divided and will descend on those children. But this ceremony doesn't have much effect now. The Stardust City's master of Stardust passed away and didn't leave behind the exact details of the star descent ceremony. Later generations can't imitate it perfectly. Star descent ceremony. The Stardust Master was also very gentle. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Yishi was stunned. She looked at him and asked in confusion, Why do you say that? Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her little head. He turned around and saw that Xian and the others were also looking at him curiously. He couldn't help but smile and said, Seizing the star's fate is the Stardust Master's unique method. However, no matter how high one's cultivation is, if one uses this method before reaching the divine level, he will definitely be suppressed by the world. To be more specific, it will be the suppression of the world's rules. The star's fate that will descend on those children will be replenished by the Stardust Master himself, or even the people around him. In other words, the Stardust Master is using the Stardust Master's own fate in exchange for the star's fate to descend on others. Of course, the relationship between the two is definitely not equal. A person's fate can't be divided so much. If one loses their own fate, they will encounter many strange things. The most obvious is probably the change in fate. Of course, if one doesn't do something too heaven-defying, their fate won't change. Changing one's fate probably doesn't count. Just pretend I didn't say that, Yun Nuoxing explained with a smile. Brother Nuo, how do you know this? Yishi asked curiously. She had heard this before, but she didn't know much about it. Yun Nuoxing smiled and took out a yellowed book from her pendant. An ancient and dusty aura spread out from it. It was the heavenly evolution technique that she obtained from the great mountain emperor's palace. Heavenly evolution technique is the general outline of the great fate deduction technique. Don't think that it's just a thin book. It actually has more than 200 pages. Many things rely on comprehension. I can only understand a little now, but I understand a lot about fate, Yun Nuoxing said, as she gently flipped open the heavenly evolution technique. Yishi suddenly exclaimed softly when she looked at the ancient book that Yun Nuoxing was flipping through, causing Yun Nuoxing's hand to stop flipping through the ancient book. I think I've seen this symbol before, Yishi said with uncertainty as she suspiciously stretched out her small hand and pointed at a profound symbol in the ancient book. You've seen it before? Where is it? Is it a book? Yun Nuoxing blinked and quickly asked, It's not a book. It's on a building, an ancient building. It just so happens that it's in this star-dust city. I'll bring Brother Nuo to take a look later. Yishi shook her head and said, A building? Yun Nuoxing was puzzled, but she didn't ask anything at this time. She would understand when she went to take a look. After a while, they landed on the ground. The group entered the city peacefully. However, before entering the city, they were interrogated by the soldiers for a while. They also had to register their names before entering the city. Yun Yi, Yun Feng, Yun Bing'er. Why are you all using my surname? After entering the city, Yun Nuoxing looked at the girls behind him speechlessly and rolled his eyes. When they were registering, each of them used an alias. Moreover, when he heard the names, he felt that there was something wrong. Others would know as soon as they heard it. Well, this group was from the Yun family. Fortunately, he didn't use his real name. Otherwise, Yishi would probably use a name with the surname Yun, making it seem like a big family was traveling. Don't mind these details, Xian said with a smile as she raised a jade finger in front of her red lips. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. This girl had been led astray by him. She was such a good girl in the past, although she didn't say that she had become bad now. Brother Nuo, why don't we just form a Yun family? Brother Nuo will be the head of the family, and I'll be an elder for fun, Yishi said with a smile. Well, there are 5 people in this family. Including the 4 in the head, there will be 9 people. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Yishi led Yun Nuoxing and the others around the city. After a while, they left the tall buildings and seemed to have arrived in front of a small village. However, what appeared in front of them made Yun Nuoxing and the others stunned. This was the edge of Stardust City. It was a small village built against the mountain, covering an area of 100 miles. It wasn't hard to imagine that this place used to be prosperous and peaceful, but now it had disappeared under the barrier of a magical array. This was a dilapidated land. Decayed houses had collapsed, and thick tree roots had pierced through the walls, occupying the space of the houses. The fields were overgrown with weeds, and the river was dry. Some of the magical arrays that were used to support the crops were also damaged and abandoned. Half of the arched bridge on the river had collapsed, broken down from the middle, and rocks were scattered all over the ground. The statue at the entrance of the village was only left with the lower half, and it was covered in green vines. Yishi quickened her pace and stood in front of the arched bridge at the entrance of the village. She turned around and smiled at Yun Nuoxing and the others. She pressed her hands on her knees and bowed slightly. She smiled and said, "Guests from afar, welcome to the Exyan family village. Please allow me to be a good host and treat you well." Yun Nuashing and the others' hearts skipped a beat. So this dilapidated land was where Yishi used to live? It was the village where she lived in her first life, when she was still called Shinran. The bright sunlight passed through the barrier of the magical array and spilled in. Yun Nuashing saw a drop of hot tear in Yishi's wine-red eyes. It was very beautiful, but it was a little desolate. It was heartbreaking to look at. The small mountain beside the village wasn't very tall. It was only 100 meters high, but it was a few hundred meters long. Yishi brought Yun Nuashing and the others around the village for a while, and then they walked up the mountain. When they looked back from halfway up the mountain, they could see that the entire village was hidden in layers within the forest. It was accompanied by the greenery, and if they didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see a single house. Pushing aside the overgrown weeds, pushing away the fallen branches, and going around the big trees, Yun Nuashing and the others carefully followed behind Yishi. After a while, they went around a big tree, and what appeared in front of them was an open space in the slanted grassland. From top to bottom, tombstones were displayed. It looked like no one had taken care of it for a long time. The weeds stretched and covered some of the tombstones. Yishi walked to the two tombstones at the very bottom and knelt down lightly. Her face was slightly red, and she slowly put her hands together. Her eyes were misty as she muttered to herself, "Fellow villagers, father, mother, Little Ran has brought people to see you." This was the graveyard of the Exyan family village, but it wasn't because there were only cenotaphs here. Only a few relics were buried here. Some of them didn't even have anything, just a tombstone with a name engraved on it. Yun Nuashing, Xian, and the others tiptoed to Yishi's side. They looked at each other for a while, then nodded. Then they put their hands together and bowed gently. Yun Nuashing wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to organize his words. He wanted to speak a few times, but when he saw Yishi's sad expression, he closed his mouth again. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He should have said something at this time. Yishi knew that Yun Nuashing wasn't good with words at this critical moment, so she didn't let him say anything. She knew that he was silently praying in his heart. She was satisfied that he was willing to come and pay his respects. "Should I kneel down?" Yun Nuashing finally couldn't help but ask Yishi telepathically. Yishi, who had been mumbling in her heart, suddenly choked on her words. She forgot what she was thinking and rolled her eyes. Then she replied to Yun Nuashing telepathically, "Brother Nua, if you want to go through the wedding ceremony with me, it's not impossible for you to kneel down." Yun Nuashing's pretty face turned red. He coughed dryly and rolled his eyes. Yishi's little face also turned slightly red, but it was normal. After Yun Nuashing and the others paid their respects, they whispered to each other for a while. Then they quietly left, leaving a small space for Yishi to talk to her parents. After an hour, when the sun hung high in the sky, Yishi slowly got up and patted the grass on her calves. Seeing Yishi walk over with a sad face, Yun Nuashing didn't know what to say. Perhaps it was because his body was more direct. He also used his own way of comforting people. He gently picked she up and held her in his arms. He gently patted her back and opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Xian also walked forward and rubbed Yishi's head. Just as he was about to speak, Yishi said helplessly, "All right, I'm already a few 100,000 years old. I won't be unable to get over it. At least let me reminisce for a while." Yun Nuashing thought for a while, then patted her back and said, "You can cry. I don't mind." "I mind. If I cry, I'll be laughed at by all of you." Yishi rolled her eyes. She wrapped her little arms around Yun Nuashing's neck and used a bit of force to press her entire body against his chest. Her wine-red eyes were slightly red as she stared in front of her. Chapter 774. When I became the emperor of the underworld, I came back once. At that time, the Exion family village was as ruined as it is now. The people of Stardust City wanted to rebuild this piece of land, but I blocked them all and sealed it with a spell formation. It's still here today. In the end, I couldn't find a way to remove the curse. I only knew that there was a way to remove it after I became a god, but I also lost the reason to look for it. I don't know what happened in the long time I was away, and I don't know who destroyed it. When I came back, I only saw a mess and bones all over the place. More than that, I couldn't find anyone. I wanted to ask for an explanation, but I couldn't find anyone. Yishi sighed and talked endlessly as they strolled through the dilapidated village. Yun Nuoshing couldn't say anything. He only gently stroked her hair and comforted her silently. After walking around the dilapidated village, they returned to a large tree in the middle of the village. Yishi looked at the huge tree, lowered her head, and sighed. She said, "Let's go. After leaving this time, I probably won't be back for a long time." The Shinran of the past should have been buried with the passing of that day. The one standing here now is Yishi. Don't force yourself to forget the past. It's still a part of you now, Yun Nuoshing said softly as he pulled her into his arms. Yishi was stunned. Her bright eyes flickered for a moment. After a while, she nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's true. I was thinking too much." Yun Nuoshing smiled and stood up with her in his arms. He walked to Xian's side and looked back at the huge tree. After a long time, he walked towards the entrance of the village. Rustle! They had just taken 2 steps when the soft sound of leaves rustling attracted their attention. Yishi's expression changed. She quickly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound in confusion. Seeing her widen her eyes in confusion, Yun Nuoshing also narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand and took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. Then he placed Yishi in Xian's arms and walked lightly towards the bush. Yun Nuoshing walked to the bush vigilantly, but she was stunned. She sniffed and said, "It smells like blood." When Yishi and the others heard this, their expressions changed. Yishi directly jumped down and quickly held a formation in her hand as she vigilantly watched. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. His wood element could sense a very weak aura behind it. It was so weak that it could stop breathing. He didn't think too much about it. He reached out and pushed the bushes aside. He looked around for a while and saw a white ball. It was flat and lying on the ground. It was only half the size of his head. He carefully wrapped his hand with the wood element and carried it out. He jogged back to Yishi and the others. Then he revealed the ball in his arms. The little thing had many wounds on its body. Its flesh was badly mangled. It seemed to have been seriously injured. Even its breathing was very weak. Feng Er sniffed with her little nose. Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Little Bing Er also had some reaction. The two's reactions were similar to the feeling when they met someone of the same race. They sniffed and recognized the race. Of course, the same race here referred to the fact that they were all demons and not the same species. Feng Er stretched out her slender hand and gently touched the soft white ball in Yun Nuoshing's hand. She rubbed it for a while and pulled out 6 white tails. She immediately understood something and said, "Six-tailed dark cloud immortal fox." Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. Sister N's family? Feng Er rolled her eyes at him. Why did he randomly point at relatives? And Lashin's original form is a dark cloud fairy. It is also a rare species in the fox race. The number of dark cloud immortals is even fewer than that of dark cloud fairy, and they are more rare. If there is no accident, they can evolve into divine beasts. Moreover, they can only have 6 tails at most. 6 tails is the best. So it's still a fox. Holding the white ball in his hand, Yun Nuoxing nodded. Seeing that it was not completely dead, he shrugged indifferently. The wood element and star force, which were full of vitality, gushed out of his body and slowly flowed into the body of the white fox, healing its frightening wound. Seeing the wound healing at a remarkable speed, Xian couldn't help but mutter, "The healing power of the wood element and the water element is so strong." Yun Nuoxing winked and said after a while, "Your 5 elements force is much stronger than mine, even if it's in an incomplete state." A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing stopped the output of the wood element and the water element. He let out a light breath and opened his eyes. The small ball in his hand had all healed, and there were no scars left. Its fur was as white as snow, and its breathing had become smooth. It seemed to have come back to life, but it still hadn't woken up. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing lifted his collar and hung the white fox around his neck. He felt its warm fur and its light breath on his neck. It was itchy. "It's a little itchy, but it's okay." After turning his neck, Yun Nuoxing pulled back his collar. When he saw the strange gazes of Yishi and the others, he coughed dryly and said, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong?" I don't understand. I sealed this place tens of thousands of years ago. Unless it's under my control, no creature can enter this place. I also didn't receive any information that this place had been breached." Yishi scratched her head in distress. She couldn't understand how this dark cloud immortal fox had gotten past her array and entered this place. Don't think about things that you don't understand. Thinking too much will only give you a headache. What's important is that this happened. Yun Nuoxing picked her up, flicked her forehead, and smiled. Yishi nodded, seeming to agree with Yun Nuoxing's words. She didn't want to think too much about it. After leaving the barrier, Yun Nuoxing thought that Yishi had achieved her goal and wanted to take them away from Stardust City. Unexpectedly, Yishi said that she wanted to stay for a while and see an old friend. An old friend? Yun Nuoxing was very puzzled. "Yes, he seems to have settled down here. I'll take a look on the way and taunt him while I'm at it." Yishi hummed and said something that made Yun Nuoxing and the others speechless. Taunt him? What did she mean by taunt? However, Yun Nuoxing didn't ask much. He just carried her and slowly walked in the direction that Yishi had pointed out. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a small store. Yishi jumped down from Yun Nuoxing's arms and looked up at the store. A trace of nostalgia flashed across her eyes. She said with a smile, "This place seems to be the same as before." After saying that, Yishi waved her hand and walked into the store. Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly followed. The store was also of a certain size. Several long cabinets were placed against the wall, and there were layers upon layers of records such as books and crystal balls. Moreover, there was a transparent restriction in front of the cabinets. It seemed to be very thin, but one could feel that it was very tough. If one wanted to forcefully open it without a specific method, they would probably suffer a strong backlash. The store wasn't small, but it was cold and cheerless. A wall and a door separated the inside and outside of the store. There were no shop assistants here, and no one looked after it. However, with the restriction in place, there was no need to worry about theft. These seemed to be books about arrays. Yun Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye and took a peek. He immediately understood what this store was for. It was selling ordinary arrays that were circulating in the market. Moreover, the grades weren't very low. Generally, they were around the quality of high-quality arrays. This kind of thing could be done by a high-quality array master. Yishi looked around and saw that there was no one in the store. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. She walked to the door between the two counters and fiercely raised her leg to kick it. She lightly shouted, "Damn pervert! Come out!" The sound of the door being kicked and the cursing caused Yun Nuoshing and the others to jump in fright. They looked at each other and helplessly shrugged their shoulders. Bang! A few seconds after the shout, the door suddenly opened with a loud bang. Then a figure rushed out, causing Yun Nuoshing's pretty face to change. Just as she was about to pull Yi Shi back, she saw the figure suddenly rush in front of Yi Shi like a tiger kneeling on the ground. With a slide kick, he rushed in front of Yi Shi and stopped a few inches in front of her. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the figure excitedly reach out with both hands, holding Yi Shi's little feet and heavily kissing her red boots. In a rather excited tone, he spoke incoherently in a trembling voice. "Oh, Your Majesty, your noble and lowly servant, I have finally waited for the day of your return. Oh, looking at your travel-worn appearance, Your Majesty, you have lost weight again. Please eat your lowly servant, and let me heal you." When Yun Nuoshing, Xian, and the others heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This voice was actually quite pleasant to the ears. It had a special charm to it. It was very delicate and soft, with a slight magnetism to it. However, it was ruined by this excited and trembling voice, especially the strange words and strange actions. The nostalgia in Yi Shi's eyes instantly disappeared, and the smile on her face disappeared. She looked at the small foot that was being held up by that person, and then she kicked out, kicking that person's chin. That person also cried out in pain and rolled out like a muffled gourd. He crashed into the counter, and his eyes were filled with stars. Uffed, familiar power. Oh, these familiar hot footprints. That's right, please trample on me, Honorable Demon King. That person jumped up like a carp and knelt at Yi Shi's feet. His head heavily hit the ground and made a hole, completely ignoring the fact that his soft and smooth hair had become messy. "Damn pervert. It seems like you're still so perverted even after I've been away for so long." Yi Shi rolled her eyes and stepped on that person's head. She snorted and said, "Did Luo Lin and Yao come here?" "The four of them came back once. When this subordinate heard the news of your death, I was so desperate that my heart was about to break. Fortunately, Your Majesty still came back. Those four actually dared to lie to me and say that Your Majesty died in battle. The next time I see them, I'll kill them. My surname isn't Su." That person buried his face in the ground and said in an excited and clear voice. Seeing this special conversation scene, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but lick her lips and laugh bitterly. What kind of situation was this? After a long while, Yi Shi put down the foot that was stepping on that person's head. That person also slowly raised her head and gracefully patted the gravel on her forehead, revealing a rather beautiful face. Her facial features were exquisite. Her eyes were sparkling and full of spirituality. Her hair was combed back, and her black hair was tied into a ponytail behind her back. She had a somewhat handsome and masculine aura. Yun Nuoshing inadvertently glanced down, then turned her head and sighed in her heart. This young lady's figure was also very hot. This is Yun Nuoshing, Xian, Feng, and Bing Er. These are all very important people to me. Don't let me see you doing anything bad to them. This is Su Yao Yao. Don't be fooled by her gentle name. She's actually a pervert." Yi Shi waved her hand and said, the last sentence was naturally directed at Yun Nuoshing and the others. "Hello, Big Sister Su." Yun Nuoshing nodded at the woman named Su Yao Yao and laughed. As for the pervert that Yi Shi was talking about, he had already seen it for himself. Her Majesty's friends are naturally my friends as well. However, are you a man? Su Yao Yao straightened her back like a spear. Her bright eyes looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion. This guy was actually a man. Brother Nua's outfit. I changed into it this time. It looks good, right? Yishi covered her mouth and laughed softly. Hearing this, Su Yaoyao's eyes widened, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Yun Nuoshing was startled by her strange expression and hurriedly took a step back. Then, Su Yaoyao rushed over with a majestic gait. With a wave of her hand, she suddenly clamped down on Yun Nuoshing's shoulders and roared, "Her Majesty the Queen changed your clothes. Changed your clothes. Changed your clothes with her own hands. Even I don't get such treatment." Yun Nuoshing was a little confused by the roar. However, before she could continue, Yishi rushed over and kicked Su Yaoyao away. The latter groaned and hit the wooden cabinet. She twitched a few times and stopped moving. "Brother Nua, are you all right?" Seeing Yun Nuoshing in a daze and wiping the saliva on her face, Yishi wrinkled her nose and said, "Although Yao Yao is a pervert, she's very reliable. You'll get used to it after interacting with her for a long time." Yun Nuoshing looked at the unconscious Su Yaoyao in confusion and shook her head with a bitter smile. That Su Yaoyao was a Netherworld King expert. The experts these days didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. She had lived for a long time. Chapter 775. The interior of the shop was a strange space. It was filled with huge formations that magnified the space countless times. Formations hung in the sky and spun on the ground. It was an azure world. Su Yaoyao settled Yun Nuoshing and Yishi down here and then said, "Your Majesty, please wait here for a moment. This subordinate still has some things to do. Do what you need to do. Don't worry about us." Yishi waved her sleeves and sat down on a chair. She watched Su Yaoyao jump into a space, and then looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Seeing that he was looking at her strangely, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Is there something on my face?" Yun Nuoshing shook her head and smacked her lips. "Your Majesty, TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't worry about that." Yishi rolled her eyes and shook her legs twice. Then she said softly, "Yao Yao came out of hell with me. But hell isn't that kind of place. It's just a different kind of place where a group of different kinds of people live. It's just like the Devil Realm. After I was resurrected by the Abyss Temple, I went to hell and brought Yao Yao here," Yishi said. "Then you left her in Stardust City and left." Yun Nuoshing looked at the place where Su Yaoyao disappeared and said, Yishi was stunned. She rubbed her arm with a dry smile and rolled her eyes. Yun Nuoshing saw her like this and knew that this girl had most likely forgotten about her. After chatting for a while, Su Yaoyao came out of that hidden space. At this time, she had changed out of the black robe she wore when they first met and put on snow-white clothes with some gold. Her fine black hair was loose and hung straight behind her and on her sides, giving her a somewhat grand feeling. She also held something like a staff in her hand. "What are you doing?" Yishi looked at her in confusion and asked, "Ha, I was chosen to be an assistant for the Star Master ceremony in Stardust City. It's been many years." Su Yaoyao waved the staff in her hand and looked at Yishi with a smile. Her expression seemed to be somewhat flattering. "Star Master." Yishi's brow wrinkled. If she did not hear those words Yun Nuoshing said before, she would not have felt anything. Now that she heard Su Yaoyao had become a Star Master, her heart nevertheless had a bit of worry. Then would she not have lost a lot of luck? "So, Your Majesty still remembers me." Seeing the worry in Yishi's eyes, Su Yaoyao was slightly delighted. Then she quickly put on a serious expression and waved her hand, saying, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The star-falling ceremony is now just an ordinary ceremony. It's more like a traditional ceremony. It doesn't have any special effects, and it won't take away this subordinate's fate. Hearing this, Yishi also understood. She nodded and didn't say anything. Can this subordinate ask Milord to observe the Star Master ceremony? Su Yaoyao smiled and bowed 90 degrees. She put one hand behind her back and extended the other toward Yishi, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yishi blinked, then glanced at Yun Nuoxing. When the latter saw her looking over, he shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Then let's go take a look. When Yishi saw this, she nodded and stood up from her chair. The exchange of information between the two was naturally seen by Su Yaoyao. Mei Mao could not help but glance at Yun Nuoxing. Her heart was somewhat sour, but even more so, she was somewhat solemn. It seemed that this person's position in Her Majesty's heart was very high. The thought flashed through her mind. Su Yaoyao smiled and straightened her body. She waved her hand, and in this array space, 2 spatial light screens suddenly appeared. Su Yaoyao smiled and pointed at the light screen on the left, saying, "Milord doesn't like crowds. I have set up the teleportation light screen at the edge of the plaza. Milord can go check it out first. Right now, it is still not time for this subordinate." Yishi nodded. She reached out and pulled Yun Nuoxing toward the light screen. Yun Nuoxing also pulled Xian, and the few of them walked into the light screen together. As the few of them disappeared, the smile on Su Yaoyao's face slowly disappeared. That perverted expression of desire also disappeared. Her eyes showed some relief. Being able to see that Yishi was still alive was the greatest comfort to her. Nothing could make her happier than this. But who are those people? I have never seen them before. Could it be that they are people I met recently? Judging from Milord's appearance, they don't seem to be her followers. Moreover, they are so weak. Su Yaoyao scratched her head in distress. She could not figure out why Yishi brought these people with her. However, she guessed one thing wrong. It was not Yishi who brought Yun Nuoxing and the others. Most of the time, it was Yishi who followed Yun Nuoxing and the others. If Su Yaoyao knew about this relationship, she could more or less guess that Yun Nuoxing and the others were not ordinary. The spatial light screen was set up next to a tower. The concealment of this place was quite good. Looking down from here, one could see the entire plaza. This was the only school in Stardust City. Today was also the day when the Starfall ceremony was held every year. Countless people gathered in the square, and they were all children in their teens. They gathered in a group in the square and talked excitedly to the people around them. They were even dancing with joy. Yun Nuoxing raised his head. As soon as he arrived, he felt the power of the stars in his body boiling. It was as if he had encountered an energy of the same origin. Above his head was a brilliant star field. Endless starlight shone down from the sky and diluted in the air. At this time, the sun should be shining brightly, but the interior of the academy was a clear, starry sky. It seemed to have been prepared in advance for the Starfall ceremony. The power of the stars was everywhere, but it was difficult to detect and use. The distant starlight passed through countless distances and was diluted many times by the sky of the realm of the gods. Only then did it descend to the ground and be detected by others. Even at night, when the power of the stars was the strongest, the density of the power of the stars in the space was relatively low. This place is very close to the star field. They probably used some kind of array to close the distance. I can clearly sense the power of the stars wandering in the star field. Yun Nuoxing opened his arms and took a deep breath. It was as if he wanted to embrace the sky. It seems that Brother Nuo is suitable to cultivate in the starry sky. I'll try to see if I can use the power of rules to create an environment similar to the starry sky. If it's possible, Brother Nuo should be able to fill up his energy quickly if he cultivates there. Yishi grinned. Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her little head. He walked to the side of the wall and supported his chin with his palm. He looked at the group of young and vigorous boys and girls below and couldn't help but smile. It's good to be young. He's pretending to be old again. Yishi and the other girls rolled their eyes. This guy really felt old all the time. I really think it's good to be young. On one hand, I want to be more mature. On the other hand, I don't want to grow up. After going around in circles, I still choose to be younger. However, I can't show it, other than looking young enough. You guys have the most right to speak. What do you think? Yun Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. His words made Yishi and the others speechless. It seemed that they really couldn't refute him. When he didn't hear them refute him, Yun Nuoxing smiled and looked down in boredom. After a while, his body suddenly shook and he bounced backwards in an exaggerated manner. Yishi and the other girls were stunned. They hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. He pointed down with a bitter smile and said, "Why is she here?" Yishi and the other girls were puzzled. They walked to the side of the wall and looked towards the edge of the square, where he was pointing. After looking for a while, they saw a somewhat familiar figure. They immediately opened their little mouths in astonishment. That person was wearing men's clothes. Her obsidian-like eyes were looking around in boredom. There was a hint of slyness and playfulness in her eyes. Her beautiful face always had a moving smile. Her unusual attire made her look strangely beautiful and attracted many people's attention. When the young boys in the square saw her, their faces turned red. They wanted to go up and greet her, but they were very timid. Why is she here? She was also stunned. They weren't unfamiliar with that person, that familiar attire. Among the people they knew, other than Chu Yingzhan, whom they met in Burning Flame City. Who else could it be? They didn't know if it was because Yun Nuoxing and the others were staring too closely. Chu Yingzhan, who was looking around in boredom, seemed to feel the intense stares. She hurriedly turned her head and looked up. Then she saw that the few of them were staring at her in astonishment. She was also stunned. Her mouth was slightly open. Her long and narrow Mei Mao's eyes were wide open. For a moment, they were staring at each other. Ah, ah, ah. After a long while, Chu Yingzhan screamed. Her jade-like legs stomped on the ground. Her entire body shot up into the sky and directly rushed to the place where Yun Nuoxing and the others were hiding. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. When he came to his senses, he saw that Chu Yingzhan had rushed to his front. Just as he was about to take a step back, his body was suddenly pounced on by a strong force. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Then he felt two pairs of tender little hands grabbing his shoulders and shaking them vigorously. Why are you here, stingy guy? Are you following this fairy? That's not right. I teleported here. It's impossible for you to follow me. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you live here. Are you people from Stardust City? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have come here. Don't waste this fairy's time. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing's eyes were seeing stars under Chu Yingzhan's violent shaking, Xian was a little embarrassed. She hurriedly reached out and grabbed Chu Yingzhan's hand. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, "Little Star is going to faint because of you shaking him." Chu Yingzhan was shocked. When she calmed down, she saw that Yun Nuoxing was gradually losing his breath. She also exclaimed softly and quickly jumped up from his body. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Yun Nuoxing stood up dizzily. He shook his head and giggled foolishly. Yishi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did Chu Yingzhan always want to torment Brother Nuo? It was as if she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't torment him. When Chu Yingzhan saw that Yin Nuoxing was pretending to be crazy, she could only turn her gaze to Yi Shi and ask in confusion, "Why are you here?" "We left Burning Flame City and went to the elemental planes. We were not familiar with the Ganyuan region, so we could only fly all the way here. I just happened to come to Stardust City to see an old friend." Yishi spread out her hands cutely and said. Chu Yingzhan blinked her eyes and giggled as she said, that means you didn't follow me here." "Of course not. I didn't see you when I left." Yishi rolled her eyes and then asked, "But why are you here?" Chu Yingzhan looked down with a smile and said, "I'm here to see a friend of my father's. It just so happens that his little brat is here for the Star Master ceremony. He invited me to watch. In fact, he just asked me to take care of the little brat for a while. When it's over, I should leave." After saying this, Chu Yingzhan seemed to have thought of something and said, "You said you're going to the elemental planes? Can you bring me along? I know the way." Seeing that she was pointing at her and giggling, Yishi was also a little suspicious. "You're going to the elemental planes too?" Chu Yingzhan nodded. "I'm going to see the scars left behind by the tragic battle in the ancient era. I've wanted to come out and take a look for a long time, but I haven't found the opportunity. This time, I must fulfill my wish." Oh, Yishi didn't doubt her. Maybe she was infected by Yun Nuoxing. She didn't think carefully about whether what she said was true or not. In any case, bringing her along was just one more person, so it wasn't a big deal. While they were talking, the crisp sound of a drum slowly reverberated between heaven and earth, causing everyone to look over. The clamor in the square suddenly disappeared. Chapter 776. The crisp sound of the bell drowned out the noise in the entire square. Everyone turned to look at the high platform in the center. As the bell rang, the floor of the high platform slowly cracked open, and a slender figure slowly rose from it. When the figure appeared, the floor closed up again. The person who appeared was Su Yaoyao. However, she was dressed in formal attire. It was similar to the attire Yun Nuoxing wore when he saw Jun Luo Yi perform the dance of sacrifice to the heavens. However, it was not exactly the same. After Su Yaoyao appeared, all the boys in the square widened their eyes. Yun Nuoxing also narrowed his eyes and smiled. Su Yaoyao was dressed in formal attire. Her voluptuous curves were outlined by the white robe. Her ponytail was untied, and her fine black hair was draped over her shoulders. Under the embellishment of the starlight, she looked extremely beautiful. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have known that this woman had such a crazy or even perverted obsession with Yi Shi. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing glanced at Yi Shi. Seeing him look over, she seemed to know what he was thinking. She could not help but smile bitterly. She whispered, "Back when I was subduing my own forces in hell, Yaoyao was the only one who was subdued by me using violence. After that, she was a little." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He nodded and replied, "I understand. You don't have to say any more. I understand." Yi Shi smiled bitterly. Dong! A heavy bell chime spread across the sky. The starlight in the sky flickered slightly. It was as if a thick strand of starlight descended from the sky. At this moment, the star domain began to move. Dingling, following the chime of the bell, Su Yaoyao gracefully danced on the stage. The bell in her hand chimed in response, and the folding fan in her right hand slowly opened. Seeing that Su Yaoyao had moved, the young boys and girls in the square hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, their hands clasped together as if they were praying together, their mouths chanting. The starlight that descended from the sky also gradually illuminated the square. Yun Nuoxing sniffled and looked up at the sky. Then he lowered his head and looked at his body. His body was also emitting a lustrous light that resonated with the power of the stars in his body. His entire body looked very bright. Yishi and Xian both giggled. Yun Nuoshing would turn into a human-shaped lamp whenever she encountered rich star energy. This could be considered proof that this star-subduing ceremony could at least draw upon star energy. There's an invisible flow of energy in the space. The star-falling ceremony seems to be quite interesting. Yun Nuoshing smiled. Hey, why are you lit up? Are you a firefly? Chu Yingzhan asked in confusion when she saw Yun Nuoshing's glowing appearance. Buff, Yi Shi and the others laughed even more happily when they heard this. Yun Nuoshing looked at the sly girl with hidden bitterness. Starlight sprinkled down from the star field. As Su Yaoyao slowly danced, the starlight gently fell from the sky and shone on the bodies of the boys and girls in the square. It imperceptibly caused some latent changes in their bodies. It was very weak, but there really was such a change. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes wide and took in the entire process. That portion of star energy was not affected by him and entered the bodies of the boys and girls. It was like a weak ray of light that wrapped around their bodies and gradually settled down. So that's how it is. Although it doesn't have the effect of changing one's fate, it can still change one's physique with the help of the starlight. Although the degree is not much, the closer one is to Big Sister Su, the more starlight one can come into contact with, Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself. After watching for a while, Yishi slowly stretched. She stretched out her small hand and tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. She smiled at him and said, Big brother Nuo, let's go. I'll take you to a place. Yun Nuoshing turned around and glanced at her. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at Su Yaoyao on the stage below. He said, Aren't we going to watch? Yes, Yaoyao told me that this star master ceremony still needs some time. If we have something to do, we don't have to wait for her. Yishi smiled. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Then let's go. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chu Yingzhan and said, We still have something to do, so we'll be leaving first. What do you plan to do? N. You're leaving just like that. Are you leaving Star Dust City and going to the elemental planes? Chu Yingzhan was stunned. She turned around, and the obsidian-like Mei Mao stared straight at Yun Nuoshing. No, we're not leaving Star Dust City yet. We're just taking a walk in the city. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan pondered for a moment. She turned her head and looked below the stage for a while. She found a thin and small figure. After a glance, she turned back and said, Okay, I don't need to care about that little brat anyway. After she finished speaking, she put on a pitiful look and smiled at Yun Nuoshing. I have nowhere to go now. Can you take me in? Seeing her like that, Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, Let's go. After taking a look at the stage, Yun Nuoshing nodded at Yi Shi. She also smiled and waved her hand. Then she rushed out of the academy. Behind her, Yun Nuoshing and the others quickly followed. Su Yaoyao, who was still dancing on the stage, looked at Yi Shi and the others leaving. A smile appeared on her face. She shook the bell in her hand and changed it to the magic staff that Yun Nuoshing and the others had seen for the first time. She opened her mouth slightly and softly chanted something. The starlight that descended became much more intense in an instant. After leaving the academy, Yi Shi paused in midair and looked around. When Yun Nuoshing and the others came to her side, she waved her sleeves and swooped down from the sky with the others. They landed in the northeast of Star Dust City. Following Yi Shi, they swooped down from midair and landed in front of a building in a short while. Yun Nuoshing steadied herself and looked up at the building. This was a very ordinary house. The dilapidated house gave it a sense of age. The door was open, and they could see the overgrown weeds in the courtyard. The weeds surrounded the main road and formed a large road. It seemed that no one had taken care of it before. He raised his head and looked at the roof of the house. There was a tattered plaque hanging there. Half of it had completely rotted away. In the center of the plaque, there was a mysterious symbol engraved on it. That kind of engraved feeling must have come from the hands of a great master. How is it? It's this symbol, right? I shouldn't have remembered it wrongly. She pointed at the symbol on the plaque with her small hand. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he saw the symbol. He had indeed seen this symbol on evolution of heaven. Although he still couldn't tell what it meant, he was sure that it was the symbol that he had seen before. Do you know where this place is? Yun Nuoshing looked at Chu Yingzhan. She had some connections here, so maybe she would know. Chu Yingzhan also raised her head at this time and looked at the symbol. Hearing this, she pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "My father's friend told me that this abandoned house was the former residence of the Stardust City's first-generation Star Master. Ever since he passed away, no one has taken care of this place. However, in order to express their respect for that Star Master, they didn't let anyone overturn this place. In short, this place that was left behind is a bit awkward." That Star Master didn't leave behind any children? Yun Nuoshing was a bit puzzled. This place couldn't have been left behind purely as a memorial, right? "I don't think so." Chu Yingzhan twirled her black hair and said uncertainly, "And really? Why do I feel like someone is waiting for me inside?" Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. This was an indescribable intuition that seemed to be related to the evolution of heaven that he studied. Everyone spread out their hands. Yishi took the lead and walked in, followed by Yun Nuoshing and the others. When they walked through the gate of the courtyard, the scenery in front of them suddenly shook. The courtyard that was originally overgrown with weeds had turned into an elegant bamboo forest. It stood against the mountain, and each mountain peak was towering. There was a hanging waterfall, like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven falling down from the 10,000 Zhang mountain range, causing a loud sound when it hit the ground. The bamboo forest was next to a mountain peak, and on the side there was a simple thatched cottage. A faint mist was dense, as if it was an otherworldly paradise. It made Yun Nuoshing and the others stare blankly in place. Hey, I've been here before, but I've never seen such a big reaction." Chu Yingzhan stared at Mei Mao in confusion. She tugged on Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and shook it vigorously. Yun Nuoshing also shrugged in confusion. This time, he was the first to walk. He went around the bamboo forest and arrived in front of the thatched cottage. In front of the thatched cottage, there was a small lake that flowed out from the waterfall. There was a small bridge, and small pavilions embellished the lake, giving it a feeling of returning to its original simplicity. In front of the thatched cottage, a long-haired figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground. A fishing rod was propped up on the ground in front of him, and a thin line hung in the lake, but there was no fishing float. Yun Nuoshing walked behind him. The figure seemed to have sensed their arrival, so he stood up and turned around, revealing a rather young face. He was handsome, carefree, and unruly. "Honored guests have arrived, so I should entertain them. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left, so I won't do those conventional things." The young man smiled and cupped his hands at Yun Nuoshing and the others. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Yun Nuoshing, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing also returned the greeting. His eyes quietly sized up the young man in front of him. He had an otherworldly, immortal aura about him. He was truly otherworldly in the truest sense, as if he was untainted by the secular world and had transcended the mortal world. It made people feel calm from the inside out. Master knew of your arrival long before he passed away, and he also saw a corner of an insignificant future. However, the fate of heaven involves too much. Your fate is not fixed. Whether it's good or bad, whether it's a disaster or a blessing, it all depends on you, the young man said as he pointed at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He pointed at himself in astonishment. What did this have to do with him? Could it be because of the so-called 1/10 of heaven's fortune? The young man smiled and nodded. Without waiting for Yun Nuoshing to say anything, he reached into his clothes and fumbled around. After a while, he took out a simple ancient book and extended it in front of Yun Nuoshing. He said, "I know why you have come. This book is also given to you according to Master's orders. I hope you can take good care of it." Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened in a daze. After hesitating for a while, he took the book from his hand. After glancing at the title of the book, he understood. This was one of the volumes of the Great Fate Deduction Art, Great Prophecy Art. Casually flipping through it, he saw some obscure symbols. He was afraid that he would have to spend a lot of time to deduce it. Seeing Yun Nuoshing solemnly put it away, the young man smiled. "I hope the great deduction technique will reappear in the world one day. I have fulfilled Master's orders, so it's time for me to leave. Remember, fate can be changed, but it will hurt the heavens and go against its fortune. Unless it's a matter of life and death, it's enough to hide the secrets of the heavens in your heart. There are some things in this world that cannot be casually deduced. If they are leaked, it will ruin your fortune and fate," the young man sighed. "Remember, keep your mouth shut. I will leave now. If fate has not ended, we will meet again in the future." The young man clasped his hands at Yun Nuoshing and the others and nodded with a smile. Afterwards, his body trembled and he turned into a streak of light as he shot towards the horizon. In just a short while, he had disappeared into the horizon. Looking at the back of the young man, Xian slowly took back Mei Mao. Looking at Yun Nuoshing, she tugged at his hand and said softly, "Little star, is there really such a thing as fate and destiny in this world?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and nodded at her, saying, "We have seen the reincarnation lake and the reincarnation mirror. That must be one of the proofs of their existence. However, whether these things are fixed or not is still an unknown mystery. It's said that fate is in our own hands, but how do we know that such a thing is not destined to happen? How do we know that this matter will change our fate or not? We don't know these things." Yun Nuoshing said softly. He raised his head and looked towards the horizon, saying, "The heavenly mystery masters claim to know everything in the world, but who knows that what they know cannot be revealed? If they know the future, they will definitely have to pay the so-called price for this knowledge. There are many things that cannot be investigated because the implications are too great. Perhaps only at the moment of death will they be able to understand all the secrets in the world. The reincarnation mirror and the reincarnation lake are with me. I have also mastered very little of the heavenly mystery arts. If I really had to deduce, I would definitely be able to deduce a rough result that is 80% consistent with the future. However, I might not be able to say it. Even Ziyi, who is a peak divine emperor, was seriously injured and vomited blood. I could not avoid it either," Yun Nuoshing said. "And cultivating the heavenly mystery arts is to transform the unspeakable heavenly mystery into the unspeakable heavenly mystery. This is not a domain that I can meddle in right now." Yun Nuoshing took out the Great Prophecy Art and flipped through it in his hands. After a long time, he closed it with a bang. He looked at the thatched cottage in front of him, the lake, and the fishing rod that was still standing by the shore. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and pulled the fishing rod up. Following a loud splash, he actually caught a pure golden flying fish from the water. The golden flying fish was pulled into the air. It shook its mouth to break free from the hook. It glanced at Yun Nuoxing. Seeing that they were not moving, it swung its tail and jumped back into the lake. Hee, golden chin fish. Interesting. It's a pity that I did not find it suitable. If I could raise it in the reincarnation lake, it would be a natural deduce assistant in the future. Yun Nuoxing smiled. The golden chin fish could help a heavenly mystery master deduce, and deduce the heavenly mystery. If this were to spread outside, who knew how many large powers would fight to the death for it? However, the golden chin fish would only follow the person it found suitable. If it followed anyone else, it would very quickly die. Although she did not know what that star master, that old heavenly mystery master, saw and entrusted the great prophecy art to him, it could be assumed that he had divined something important. Otherwise, he would not have given it to someone he had never seen before. Rather, he would have left it with his disciple. Chapter 777. Chu Yingzhan seemed to be very excited when she heard about divination. She pestered Yun Nuoxing and kept begging him. Hey, you know divination. Can you divine for me? My knowledge is too shallow, so I can't divine for you. Please forgive me. Yun Nuoxing put his palms together and recited a Taoist name, causing everyone to roll their eyes. Tisk, boring. Chu Yingzhan pouted and snorted softly. She shook off Yun Nuoxing's arm and left him with the back of her head. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Sure enough, girls changed their faces faster than flipping a book. Seeing that she seemed to be very angry and quickly walked back in the direction she came from, Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in confusion and was still in a daze. It was only when Xian pulled him that he hurriedly chased after her with the others. After walking for a while, the fairyland-like scenes suddenly disappeared, and the few of them returned to the courtyard that was overgrown with weeds. Yun Nuoxing looked around but did not find anything special and was too lazy to bother about what was going on. So he hurriedly chased after the beautiful figure that was walking faster and faster. However, he stopped when he reached the door because Chu Yingzhan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Or, rather, she was forced to stop. In front of her, there was a group of people standing outside the gate of the courtyard. The person in the lead was a woman. At this moment, she had her arms crossed in front of her chest, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. Her phoenix-like eyes were glaring at the broken gate. Yun Nuoxing's eyes turned, and his gaze quickly swept over the woman. She had long and narrow phoenix eyes, short hair, and refreshing fiery red clothes. If it weren't for this unclear situation, she would also be a very eye-catching girl. Chu Yingzhan stood in front of the door and saw the imposing aura of the group of people in front of her. The only thing they lacked was a scarf with the words, "I'm here to cause trouble," written on their heads. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She turned to look at Yun Nuoxing and the others who had rushed over and asked, "Do you know them?" "No, I don't know them." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "We just arrived at Stardust City today. How could we know them? Then what's with this aggressive aura?" Chu Yingzhan was also puzzled. She didn't know either. While the two of them were looking at each other, the red-clothed lady standing outside the door also saw Yun Nuoxing's group. She immediately snorted coldly and pointed at the latter's group. She then shouted to the people beside her, "Go! Let's cripple him first." With this shout, the people around her suddenly came to life. More than a dozen people roared, and their auras suddenly rose sharply in a few breaths, as if a violent whirlwind was blowing, causing the bluestone floor to tremble slightly. Hey, how can a little demon stage chicken be so arrogant? Shocked by the majestic aura, Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. The jade-like hands hidden in her sleeves gently rubbed together. Seeing her excited look, Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. Didn't she also include him in her words? Psst. Miss, we don't seem to have met before. Although he didn't know what this group of people was up to, Yun Nuoxing still stopped Chu Yingzhan. He cupped his hands at the red-clothed lady and said softly. After being stopped, Chu Yingzhan pouted her small mouth again and snorted softly. She directly turned around and ignored him. Humph, let's cripple him first. The red-clothed lady waved her hand as if she had no intention of talking to Yun Nuoxing. The group of people beside her also rushed out like fierce tigers. Their violent auras soared into the sky, attracting the attention of the people a few streets away. Yun Nuoxing frowned. It seemed that this person wasn't easy to talk to. However, she was only a demon stage person, so she was easy to deal with. Looking at the people rushing over, Yun Nuoxing stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Ta! With a crisp sound, a strange energy fluctuation rushed out like a hurricane. In an instant, it rushed past those people and covered the entire area. The violent energy also collapsed in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the power disappeared. Those people also widened their eyes in shock. Before they could react, a huge force suddenly came from their chests and blasted their bodies back, shoveling them dozens of meters away on the ground. Young Miss wants to cripple someone's life without any explanation. Isn't that a little too overbearing? Yun Nuoxing frowned. Before he could finish his words, the dark purple figure that had just kicked the group of people away rushed out again. Her figure drew an afterimage in the air and rushed in front of the red-clothed lady in an instant. Ah! The red-clothed lady screamed when she saw the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to block in front of her and staggered back a few steps. However, she didn't retreat far before she felt a restrictive feeling coming from her body, causing her to stiffen on the spot. Who do you want to cripple? An indifferent and cold voice that was overflowing with killing intent slowly sounded in front of her, causing the red-clothed lady's body to tremble. She slowly raised her head, only to see a beautiful lady in a dark purple dress with a fierce expression on her face. Her lily-white hand released a 5-colored energy that directly grabbed her entire body. Mei Mao was suffused with a substantial killing intent. When their eyes met, the red-clothed lady felt a chill from the killing intent in the other party's eyes, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Stop. The instant the red-clothed lady was restrained, 2 buildings not far behind the group also exploded with a bang. Immediately, 2 figures shot out from within. Before they arrived, furious roars had already rolled over. Their bodies swayed and rushed explosively towards Ziyan in a lightning-like manner. These 2 people had just charged out from the buildings when a faint metallic sound resounded. Soon after, 2 enormous black figures appeared in front of the 2 of them. They carried a heavy force as they exploded. The force that erupted in an instant was mixed with a sharp chill, causing the expressions of the 2 people to change drastically. They hurriedly extended their hands to meet the attack. Bang! Bang! The heavy sound of flesh colliding resounded across the sky. Immediately, 2 human cannonballs suddenly flew out from the sky and directly smashed into the city. Along the way, they knocked down a large pile of buildings. Countless people were shocked and hurriedly raised their heads to look at the 2 black figures. They were actually an enormous heavy hammer and a 10 feet wide icy blue stone platform. Can you speak properly now? If you can't, Yun Nuoxing's indifferent voice was transmitted into the ears of this group of people. As his voice sounded, the heavy hammer, and the lunar platform slowly emitted an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Being locked on by the terrifying energy of the two weapons, the bodies of the two people turned ice cold. They secretly complained, in their hearts. This was really an unexpected disaster. The young miss had been unruly for so many years, and she had finally met an iron plate. The grades of the two weapons were so high that they could not recognize them. "Friend, I am from the Stardust Mansion. That lady is the daughter of the Stardust Mansion's mansion chief. I hope that you will not hurt her on account of the academy. This is all a misunderstanding." The green-clothed, middle-aged man among the two people hurriedly stepped forward. He secretly sighed in his heart as he cupped his hands towards Yun Nuoshing and said, "Stardust Mansion, oh, the only academy in the Stardust City." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing also raised his eyebrows and cracked his neck. Although he had expected that this lady might have some background, he did not expect her to be from the only academy. As the only academy in the Stardust City, if he offended the Stardust Mansion, it could be said that he had offended the entire Stardust City. The people from the Stardust Mansion can't help but start a fight without any explanation. Did I offend you? After thinking for a moment, Yun Nuoshing frowned again. The two weapons even emitted a terrifying energy in midair. "You stole from me." The lady did not know where she mustered up the courage to point at Yun Nuoshing, as she fiercely gritted her teeth and shouted, "Stole from you." Yi Shi and Xian were stunned. Chu Yingzhan also widened her gem-like eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing as if she had seen the wrong person. "We just arrived in the Stardust City today. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Xian frowned and tightened her grip on the five elements' power. Compared to Xian's questioning, Yun Nuoshing's voice could be described as irritable. Her colorful hair fluttered in the wind due to her anger. She almost gritted her teeth as she shouted, "Little girl, I'll give you 10 words to explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, a 1,000-meter-long sword chi suddenly shot past them. It tore a huge hole in the ground, and even space collapsed. The berserk aura gave the two middle-aged men and the woman a fright. The latter was so scared that her entire body was trembling. Her ferocious aura had disappeared, and her beautiful eyes were misty. At this moment, she looked somewhat delicate and pitiful. My dark cloud, immortal fox. I lost it this morning." The lady trembled, and her voice was a little nasal. She seemed to be frightened by Yun Nuoshing's appearance. Hearing this, Yi Shi and the others frowned. Dark cloud, immortal fox. Could it be the one that Yun Nuoshing picked up in the Xian family village? There's only one in the entire Stardust City. I left a mark on it and followed the mark here. The lady was about to cry when she was stared at by the fierce gazes of the people. Yun Nuoshing frowned. Then he felt something move around his neck. He couldn't help but lower his head and look at his neck. The white and soft little fellow had woken up at some point. At this moment, it was rubbing its head against his neck, making him feel itchy. I picked it up in a barrier. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Yun Nuoshing wrinkled his nose and picked up the little fellow that was hanging from his neck. He stared at it for a while, then glanced at the lady coldly and put the dark cloud immortal fox on the ground. Woo-woo. The lady covered her mouth tightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Just as Yun Nuoshing put the dark cloud immortal fox on the ground, a green light suddenly burst out from the center of Stardust City. In a few flashes, it suddenly appeared in the sky above the street. With a sweep of its gaze, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out and swept across the sky, forming a huge storm. A gloomy voice sounded on the street. Did the few of you have a good time making a scene in Stardust City? Howl, howl, howl. After the voice rang out, a few more sharp whistles rang out from the city. In an instant, they spread throughout the entire eastern part of Stardust City. After that, many figures hurriedly flew over from all over the city. In the end, they floated in the sky and surrounded the place. The old man who came first was dressed in simple hemp clothes. However, the aura that erupted from him was the most powerful among them. Hearing the long howl and seeing the people who appeared on the scene, many people on the street looked at those people in surprise. Many people exclaimed in surprise, "The Mansion Master of Stardust Mansion," and those are the masters of several powerful forces in the city. They are all here. It's really lively today. I don't know how these outsiders got hold of Sang Xiaoyu's missing dark cloud immortal fox. Usually, that little devil girl keeps a close eye on her dark cloud immortal fox. No wonder she is so angry. She'll back off. Those are all gods and netherworld kings. Be careful not to be caught in the crossfire if you get so close. When the uproar sounded, the middle-aged man in green and the young man in white also saw the person who came. They hurriedly moved closer and said respectfully, "Mansion Master." As they spoke, they sighed bitterly in their hearts. They didn't expect the Mansion Master to come out so quickly. It seemed like the Mansion Master was also very afraid that something would happen to the young lady. When Yishi saw the person who came, she wrinkled her little nose. A hint of ridicule flashed across her wine-red eyes. Chapter 778. The hemp-clothed old man stood in the sky. His face was skinny, and he looked just like a skinny and weak little old man. His pair of eyes contained a bright glow that caused the hearts of those who met his gaze to tremble. His might was not obvious, but it caused one's heart to palpitate. When he heard the voices of the two people, he randomly glanced at them and nodded. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the red-clothed lady. He sighed in relief when he saw that she was looking at him with a wronged expression and was not injured. However, the fury in his eyes did not seem to diminish. His gaze looked towards Yun Nuoxing's group as a soft and slow voice was slowly emitted. "These few guests look unfamiliar. May I know why you have come to my star fragment city?" When the lady in red saw the old man, she was pleasantly surprised. Her small mouth pursed slightly, as if she wanted to say something. However, when she saw Xian staring at her coldly, she immediately covered her mouth obediently. She quickly shook her head, as if to indicate that she would definitely not speak. Although her backer was not far away, Xian was also not far away. In fact, he was even closer, giving her a creepy feeling. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes fiercely and did not say anything. She directly put down the dark cloud immortal fox. Just as she stood up, she raised her head and looked at the old man. She wanted to say something, but the dark cloud immortal fox stretched out its small claws and climbed up with the help of his clothes. He was stunned. When he lowered his head, he saw the dark cloud immortal fox rubbing its small head against his cheek intimately. Then it curled around his neck. Its small eyes carefully looked at the lady in red. It let out a few soft cries. It was unknown what it was trying to say to her. Chi, swoosh. At this moment, there were suddenly many whooshing sounds that resounded in the sky above the street. Subsequently, hundreds of figures appeared uniformly on the houses on both sides of the street. These people had just appeared when they respectfully bowed to the old man in linen clothes and some of the people beside him, after which they cast their cold gazes downwards. Seeing this scene, they pondered for a moment and guessed what had happened. One of them immediately shouted sternly, "You dare to cause trouble in Star Fragment City. You are quite bold." When Yun Nuoxing saw these experts who had appeared as if they were encircling and suppressing them, her expression became calm. She stroked the dark cloud immortal fox on her neck and did not say anything. She only looked at Yi Shi, who was beside her. The master of Star Dust Mansion was a netherworld king after all. It was inconvenient for him to make a move. Hence, he could only let this great god do it. When Yi Shi saw him looking over, she smiled and revealed her pearly white teeth. Then, she took a few steps forward and walked in front of Yun Nuoshing. She raised her head and looked at the people in the sky. She fixed her gaze on the old man and sneered, "Old man, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. You are still so protective." The old man in linen clothes was stunned when he heard this, but before he could say anything, Yi Shi let out a low cry. A monstrous aura surged out like a mountain range from the ground. The terrifying aura shocked the old man in linen clothes and the others who were far away. They were forced back 1,000 meters by the aura before they came to a stop, causing the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Divine, Emperor Expert. The expressions of the divine experts who were pushed back changed drastically. They could naturally recognize the unique aura of a divine emperor. It was because they recognized it that they found it unbelievable. They stared at the little girl in a white dress who looked less than 10 years old, dumbfounded. Their faces became extremely pale. They knew very well how powerful and divine Emperor Expert was. Even in Stardust City, they might not be able to find a divine Emperor Expert. The Stardust Mansion would not casually touch them. Compared to the shock of the crowd, the face of the Stardust Mansion's mansion master stiffened. His aged eyes looked at Yi Shi in surprise and bewilderment. The memories in his mind swiftly churned. He clearly felt that this aura was a little familiar. After a long time, the master of Stardust Mansion's expression froze. The scene in his mind froze. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. On that day, an insignificant matter happened in Stardust City. In the end, it provoked an expert at the peak of the Emperor of the Underworld, who almost turned Stardust City upside down. The expression of the Stardust Mansion's mansion master changed for an instant before he suddenly laughed bitterly. He hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully towards Yi Shi and said, "That, Lord Exine, when did you return? Why didn't you inform me? I could have gone to welcome you back." "Humph! Inform you so that you can tear down my ancestral land." Yi Shi rolled her eyes and said, unhappily. The master of Stardust Mansion laughed bitterly. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "No. Since that day, no one has had any ill intentions. I have personally taken care of this matter." Hearing this, Yi Shi curled her lips without saying anything. She slowly withdrew her Emperor God aura. Then she looked at Yun Nuoshing and said with a smile, "Quickly praise me." Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. He extended his hand and rubbed her small head. As for the numerous stunned gazes above, he endured and did not raise his head. If gazes could kill, it was likely that he would have been shot into a sieve. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She coughed softly and said, "Since this is a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. What do you think, Mansion Master?" The master of Stardust Mansion was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He looked at Yun Nuoshing with a grave expression. "Demon level. It's just a demon level. Why does the demoness seem to be so obedient to her?" He had seen how cruel the demoness was. Now that she had returned, she had even advanced to become an Emperor God expert. She was many times more powerful, yet she was so obedient to this little fellow. Could it be that this little fellow has a powerful background? This thought swiftly flashed within the heart of the Star Fragment Mansion's chief as he forcefully calmed himself down. From his point of view, It was likely that a person who could get that witch to willingly follow him and even display such an intimate manner would not be able to achieve such a requirement just by relying on his talent alone. It was likely that this person had a terrifyingly large faction backing him. In that case, it was even more likely that he could not carelessly offend him. Ha! I've embarrassed myself in front of all of you. This is, of course, a misunderstanding. I will definitely discipline my granddaughter well in the future. It just so happens that I have a few new things in my mansion that I want to show them to you. The master of Star Dust Mansion sighed, awkwardly. He waved his hand and hurriedly said, "Bring Xiaoyu back." Upon seeing his somewhat embarrassed expression, the leaders of the factions and their men who had hurried over did not dare to speak carelessly. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew that this group of people, who appeared young, possessed enough strength to topple the entire Star Fragment City. Even the Star Fragment Mansion was unwilling to offend them. Moreover, some of the people present had seen Yi Shi and knew what she had done back then. Whoa, Grandpa, my dark cloud, immortal. At this moment, Sang Xiaoyu could not hold it in anymore. She hurriedly pulled her hands away and looked at the old man in sackcloth with grievance. Bean-sized teardrops fell from her eyes. "I'll return it to you. I picked it up in her hometown. If you like it, keep it safe. It'll be too late to find it again. If you lose it—" The old man in sackcloth trembled. Just as he was about to reprimand her, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and walked to Xian's side. She took down the dark cloud immortal fox from her neck and patted its little head before placing it on Sang Xiaoyu's shoulder. Sang Xiaoyu was also stunned. She did not expect him to be so easy to talk to. Now that she had calmed down and observed him carefully, she could not tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, she did not dare to speak carelessly and quickly nodded her head. When the old man in sackcloth saw that the matter was resolved so easily, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was still worried that Yi Shi and the others would be angry with Xiaoyu's words. The dark cloud immortal fox burrowed into Sang Xiaoyu's embrace and rubbed its little white head against her cheek. Then it moved its head closer to her ear and seemed to say something. However, no sound could be heard. Sang Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly, revealing a touch of sadness and reluctance. Yun Nuoxing turned around and did not see this scene. However, just as she took 2 steps back with Xian, she felt her shoulder tremble. Turning her head, she saw the dark cloud immortal fox standing on her shoulder again. Those lively big eyes seemed to contain a hint of a smile. It rubbed its little head against her cheek and burrowed into her neck again. Yun Nuoxing turned around with a face full of question marks. Her expression was as funny as it could be. She looked at Sang Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, only to see that her Mei Mao was flushed red, as if a storm was coming. "Woo-woo, I'll leave Xiaobai to you. Take good care of it and bring it back to see me occasionally, woo-woo." Sang Xiaoyu sniffled, and her sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks, causing those who had rushed to her side to be at a loss. "Wait a minute, what's going on? Even if you don't want it, don't throw it to me. I can't afford it." "No, even if I can afford it." Yun Nuoxing's face was filled with confusion and bitterness. If the dark cloud immortal fox was included, he would have raised 4 demonic beasts. This time, he was really going to die. Woo-woo. Humph. When a child grows up, it has to leave its parents. Woo-woo. Sang Xiaoyu sniffled and did not resist those people, allowing them to take her away. She knew that she had caused a big trouble this time. The dark cloud immortal fox also said that it wanted to leave, causing her to feel very depressed. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and looked at the dark cloud immortal fox on his neck. For a moment, they were at a loss, not knowing what was going on. Looking at Sang Xiaoyu's reluctant look, it seemed that she was not going to abandon it. That dark cloud Immortal was picked up by my daughter from outside. At that time, it only had 5 tails. When it was picked up, it was badly mutilated and was very scary. The Stardust Mansion's mansion master quietly landed a few steps away from them and explained softly. As for those who were called over, they quickly retreated. The old man in linen clothes looked at the dark cloud immortal, then said, "The dark cloud immortal was born with the aura of a fairy. Since you are fated to be with it, then let it go with you. Take it as a small token of our appreciation." When they heard that, Yishi nodded, while Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. "Damn it, this is already the 4th one." Everyone, Yun Nuoshing sighed bitterly and felt his sleeve being pulled. He quickly turned his head and saw Little Bing Air and Feng Air looking at him nervously. Their uneasy looks made him slap his own head and quickly said with a smile, "It's nothing. I didn't dislike anything. I was just sighing. Yes, really, it's livelier to have one more." As he said that, he reached out and rubbed the 2 girls' hair. That gentle smile also made the 2 of them heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the 2 girls uneasy because of his casual words, Yun Nuoshing also felt a little guilty. That look of desperately wanting to find a home for herself poked his heart, as if he saw himself who once felt that he had nothing. At this moment, he also longed for a home called home. However, it was also possible that he did not think about this. That cold heart of his would never have too big of a ripple. Chapter 779. Seeing that this matter had ended peacefully, the Stardust Mansion's mansion master heaved a sigh of relief. He secretly thanked his ancestors and invited Yun Nuoshing and the others to the Stardust Mansion. He held a banquet to entertain them. When the banquet ended, this matter finally came to an end. If it's the elemental planes, we can leave from the East Gate and fly towards the east. We will reach it in less than 2 days. However, there is nothing there. It's empty and barren. There is not even one mountain. When Yun Nuoshing asked about the elemental planes, the Stardust Mansion's mansion master replied in detail. Speaking of which, there are no signs of human habitation within 100 million li of the elemental planes. If we continue to expand, we will reach here. The Stardust City is probably the nearest city. After staying in the Stardust Mansion for a night, Su Yaoyao followed Yishi's remnant energy and found her way here. She had a good relationship with the Stardust Mansion, so she could enter and leave as she pleased. However, after hearing about Yishi and the others' encounter, she lost her temper. The old mansion master was also embarrassed. He hurriedly tried to appease her. In the end, Yishi slapped Su Yaoyao and sent her flying. Only then did she calm down. Late at night, in Yun Nuoshing's soul world, on the sea of fire outside the Flame Mansion, a huge purple lotus took root in the sea of fire. It remained motionless despite being hit by the waves. In the center of that gorgeous lotus, 2 figures were stuck together like glue. If one looked closer, one would be able to see clearly that it was a girl acting coquettishly towards another person. She threw herself into the other person's arms. Looking at the mansion, not far away, and the sea of fire beneath their feet, Yun Nuoshing gently stroked Exan or soft hair in his arms. He gently twirled a lock of hair and rubbed it in his palm. There was a slight hesitation on his face. After a long while, he said, "Exan, you heard what happened that day. What do you plan to do?" The petite body that was curled up like a kitten in his arms trembled slightly. Lan Exan raised her head slightly. The bright Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled sweetly. She put her head close to his ear and said softly, "Brother Nuoshing, you can decide. Since Brother Nuoshing wishes for me to regain my physical body, I will follow your wishes. I want to run in the divine world again." Her words seemed very sincere and relaxed. However, Yun Nuoshing saw some uneasiness in her beautiful eyes, and there seemed to be a well-hidden tear, which made her beautiful eyes sparkling. Actually, he understood that after 100 eras, after crossing 5 eras to come to this completely unfamiliar divine world, Xian-Er's heart was uneasy. He understood it better than anyone else. Lan Xian-Er and the others lived in his soul and could see everything about him. He could also see everything about them clearly. He understood her better than she thought. He knew that she didn't want to leave his soul world. He also understood why she couldn't make up her mind when he asked her to choose a place to stay for the first time. After Lan Xian-Er regained her physical body, she would have to leave his soul world. She wouldn't be like Ziyi and Kaixia, who were formed from energy. She was also different from Little White, who had a soul contract. Little White could stay in his soul world. If Lan Xian-Er regained her physical body, she wouldn't be able to enter his soul world. Brother! A serious and forceful call pulled Yun Nuoshing back from his thoughts. He lowered his head and saw Lan Xian-Er biting her red lips. Mei Mao blushed slightly. She looked at him and said seriously, "I can do as you wish and let you help me regain my physical body. However, Xian-Er has a small request." Yun Nuoshing blinked his eyes and said, "You want me to form a soul contract with you?" Lan Xian-Er's delicate body trembled. Yun Nuoshing also sighed. He didn't need to think to know that after leaving the soul world, although she could still be by his side, there wouldn't be a close connection between their souls. Xian-Er was worried that after leaving his soul world, their relationship would become estranged. This feeling of wanting to find a home for herself reminded him of Feng-Er and Bing-Er's expression when he saw her not long ago. He sighed again and stroked Lan Xian-Er's head gently. He didn't know what to say. It was possible to form a soul contract between two people. It wasn't only between humans and demonic beasts. However, if there was a soul contract between two people, if one of them died, the other would die as well. Silly girl. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily and hugged her even tighter. Why are you doing this? Even if you don't live in my soul world, our relationship won't become estranged because of this. You know this better than anyone else, silly girl. Yun Nuoshing stroked her hair and said dotingly. Lan Xian-Er nodded her head gently and rubbed her head against his chest. Yun Nuoshing felt a little cold, as if there was a liquid soaking his clothes. However, he didn't say anything in particular. He just let her calm herself down. After a long time, he heard Lan Xian-Er take a deep breath. Then she slowly raised her head. Her bright Mei Mao stared straight at Yun Nuoshing. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly. That beautiful and pure smile was so dazzling that Yun Nuoshing squinted his eyes. This sea of fire was so dazzling, just as he was in a daze because of this dazzling smile. Lan Xian-Er quickly pressed her beautiful face against him. He was shocked. Before he could react, he felt his lips touch a trace of moisture that made him slightly captivated. It made his heart tremble violently. The two of them seemed to merge into one in the heart of the lotus. Their faces were red. Yun Nuoshing wanted to pull away, but a jade-like hand secretly pressed against his neck, making him unable to move. His colorful eyes trembled slightly. Looking at the shy face in front of him, he slowly closed his eyes and allowed her to do whatever she wanted. The sea of fire was churning. Faint purple and hundreds of different colors illuminated the entire place. The colors were very ambiguous. In the silent sea of fire, Yun Nuoshing sat cross-legged on the purple lotus. He looked at the beautiful figure with sparkling and translucent tears as she quietly dived into the depths of the sea of fire. When he thought of the scene just now, his gaze became incomparably gentle. However, within that gentleness, there was also a hint of heartache. The space beside him was silently distorted. A snow-white and exquisite foot, accompanied by some sparks, pierced through the space and landed beside Yun Nuoshing. He raised his head and looked at the person who had arrived. Then he sighed heavily. You really? Ziyi sighed softly. However, he could not find the right words to describe her. Mei Mao turned around for a while. Then she sighed and said, "You're a heartless person." Yun Nuoshing was so agitated by these words that he almost fell down. His face twitched crazily for a while. He said, "You've been holding back these words for a long time, haven't you?" Ziyi nodded. He was speechless when he saw this. He sighed helplessly and said, "Sometimes I don't really understand what you girls are thinking because you're not a girl. You won't know. Even if you're half a girl, you won't be able to completely understand what a girl is thinking," Ziyi said faintly. "When we girls come to this world, we have to wait for so many years before we can find someone who is worthy of our love. Only when we meet that person can we give everything we have." Ziyi sighed deeply. Yun Nuoshing really wanted to say, "Didn't you say that the divine flame has no gender?" However, when she saw how emotional Ziyi was, she chose to keep her mouth shut. "What a pity, what a pity. You met the wrong person at the wrong time. A good relationship will eventually turn into an ill-fated relationship. Little star, oh little star, you've really committed a heinous crime. You've ruined the relationship that others have spent so many years waiting for. You just had to wait for a heartless person," Ziyi said bitterly. He sighed for Lan Xen. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and suddenly paused. Then he gritted his teeth fiercely. However, he still couldn't say anything to refute Ziyi. He could only roll his eyes at Ziyi. He couldn't control these things at all. Could it be that he shouldn't have chosen to meet Xin? From the very beginning? He shouldn't have even gone to the Divine Sky City? Perhaps. However, he didn't know how to deal with these things. Seeing how angry he was, Ziyi didn't mention this anymore. He changed the topic and asked, "So, Xin took that piece of paper and ran away. She's planning to reconstruct her body?" Yun Nuoshing shook his head and sighed. "That girl said that she'll wait until I reach the first stage deity rank before reconstructing my body. For now, I'll continue to stay here." Then take your time to reach the first stage deity rank." Ziyi nodded. And Yun Nuoshing nodded. Then he opened his eyes wide in shock. However, a moment later, he nodded blankly and shook his head again. "No, that's fine too. No, but now that I think about it, even reaching the demigod rank is still a problem. Forget it. We'll talk about the future in the future." In the end, he helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "You're planning to go and harm other girls?" Ziyi teased. "I won't see anyone in the future." "Okay." At dawn the next day, Yun Nuoshing and the others bade farewell to Su Yaoyao and the others. Originally, Su Yaoyao wanted to follow them again, but she was ordered to stay here by Yi Shi, the Stardust Mansion's mansion master side in relief. He was worried that no one would take over the position of Star Master if Su Yaoyao left. After leaving the Stardust Mansion, because Chu Yingzhan also wanted to leave, she was allowed to go and say goodbye to her father's friends. Just like that, they tossed and turned in the city for a long time. Only when the sky was completely bright did the group leave Stardust City. "Aren't we bringing Sister Su?" 10,000 li high in the sky, the enormous netherworld ruins, Sword Shop expanded to 100 meters. Yun Nuoshing looked at the rapidly retreating city and asked Yi Shi, "No need. We don't have anything to do right now that we need to bring her along. From the beginning, our plan was to bring her away from hell. If she still has no fixed residence, we can bring her along, but seeing Yao Yao's peaceful appearance, we won't change her life." Yi Shi shook her head. She thought for a moment, and then said, "Let her develop on her own in Stardust City. If she can develop her own influence in the future, if we are in trouble, we can still return here to take refuge." Hearing this joke, Yun Nuoxing shrugged and somewhat agreed. As for whether or not that day would come, this was still uncertain. Yun Nuoxing looked at Chu Yingzhan, who was curiously tapping the Netherworld Ruins sword and looking at the surrounding sky excitedly. She even reached out her jade-like hand to touch the white clouds. Yun Nuoxing was a little puzzled. "You still haven't said what you want to do at the elemental planes." Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan retracted her hand from the white clouds. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and made a face. Then she snorted and said, "I listed that place as one of the major sites in the Pantheon realm. Of course, I have to go and take a look. I have been in the Pantheon realm for so many years, but I haven't gone out to play properly. Now that I'm finally out, I naturally have to see the places I've heard of and the places I want to go." Catching some obvious words, Yun Nuoxing and the others' expressions turned slightly serious. They all looked at her. Yun Nuoxing probed, "You're not from the Pantheon realm?" "Humph." Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms in front of her chest and nodded her little head rather proudly. Then she grinned and laughed mischievously. "This fairy followed in the footsteps of my stupid father and came here. Although I have lived in the Pantheon realm for several decades and am no different from you, I actually came from the lower realm you speak of, the Seven Elements realm. I passed through the barrier of space and came here from the distant and untouchable Seven Elements realm. I came to the legendary, the world of the gods." Looking at Chu Yingzhan, who was getting more and more proud as she spoke, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Chapter 790. At the beginning of the great primordial realm, there was only one vast and boundless world until a split occurred. The prehistoric starfield was pulled into 8 incomparably huge origin worlds, which had long since become the current 8 primordial realms. The 8 primordial realms were separated by the barrier of the primordial realms and faced each other. The 8 primordial realms were stacked on top of each other. Only the 8 primordial realms retained the origin energy of the great primordial realm when it was first born, and had always been prosperous. As for the other 7 primordial realms, because of the split, their energy had transformed, and each primordial realm was weaker than the other. Although there were still living beings, they no longer had the powerful godlike life of the 8 primordial realms. The 8 primordial realms were eternally separated, but there were still tiny cracks that were faintly discernible. People could find them and pass through them, coming from the lower primordial realms to the most prosperous 8 primordial realms. There were also occasional inexplicable incidents that happened. People from the lower primordial realms did not encounter any cracks, but were accidentally transported to the residence of the gods. In the end, they bid farewell to their former lives and became a part of this place, staying here forever. This was a mystical world, a mystical country, filled with countless bizarre and inconceivable things. It led people from the lower primordial realms to the other side of the residence of the gods, giving the 8 primordial realms infinite vitality. Chu Yingzhan's self-announcement really shocked Yun Nuoxing and the others, but they quickly recovered. It was not that the shock had passed, but because they knew of the existence of this primordial realm, but had never seen it before. Now that they had seen it, it was important to express an appropriate shock. "I see." Yun Nuoxing's words stunned everyone. "What do you mean by that?" Yun Nuoxing took a light breath, looked at Chu Yingzhan, and said with a smile, "I was wondering why you were acting like an idiot. It turns out that you haven't figured out this world yet." Chu Yingzhan almost choked to death upon hearing this. She stomped her feet fiercely and said reproachfully, "Hey, I've lived in the realm of the gods for dozens of years. I'm already considered a member of the realm of the gods. I've already figured out this world long ago. It's only on the surface. Us natives don't even dare to claim that we know everything about the realm of the gods. You sure are bold. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. Chu Yingzhan's expression froze. She suddenly opened her mouth, but then closed it again. She bitterly bit her red lips and stared at Yun Nuoshing unwillingly. She couldn't refute her words. After all, the realm of the gods was really too big. Her father had explored this place for so many years, but he had only explored a corner of it. The gods had spent countless efforts, but they still didn't dare to pat their chests and say that they had figured it out. As an outsider, she really didn't have the right to say that. I don't care. I've lived here for dozens of years. I'm a member of the celestial realm. Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted. Okay, whatever you say. As long as you're happy. Yun Nuoshing raised his hands in surrender and didn't argue with the girl. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but pout when she saw his perfunctory answer. She slapped Yun Nuoshing's arm with her bare hand, and then muttered, "Father accidentally found a weak space and shattered it. He came to the realm of the 8 elements through the crack. I think that's not too bad. But I've seen a person from the realm of the 3 elements who came to the realm of the 8 elements. He was a real mortal with no power to speak of, but he crossed so many layers of the realm of the primordial barrier to come here. I think it's incredible. A person from the realm of the 3 elements." Yun Nuoshing murmured thoughtfully. His understanding of that world was only limited to the description written in the diary of the god of destruction. I can't explain that either. The realm of the primordial barrier requires power close to that of a god to move it. How did a powerless mortal pass through those places and come here? Yun Nuoshing also couldn't understand. It seemed that the topic had come to an end. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. In the end, they all pursed their lips and didn't say anything. Yi Shi, who was sitting at the front, also silently controlled the direction of the netherworld sword. Looking up at the blue sky, Yun Nuoshing seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Bing-Er. The latter was also looking straight at him, with her beautiful blue and gold Mei Mao. The words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly froze. He stammered for a while, then turned his gaze away with a red face. Bing-Er looked at him blankly. In less than 2 days, they had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. The boring journey finally came to an end. A very sudden feeling, like palpitations, made Yun Nuoshing and the others suddenly feel uneasy. They all stopped cultivating. The netherworld sword also felt this strange atmosphere and suddenly stopped in the air. An ancient primordial power filled the air. It was like an ancient divine beast was breathing here, spitting out an ancient aura. The elemental power in this area became chaotic and uncontrollable. Yun Nuoshing's reaction to the strange feeling here was even greater. Many of the divine weapons in his body seemed to have encountered an aura of the same level. They involuntarily started to resist, making his body tremble slightly. Looking back, Xian, Chu Yingzhan, and even Yi Shi were trembling slightly, as if they were shivering from the cold. However, this was caused by the strange aura. This remnant aura wouldn't cause any substantial effect on people. It remained here, but it was more like a deterrent. A light ring rang out as a rainbow halo of light exploded from the Nethervoid sword, enveloping an area of 100 meters around it. After the halo appeared, Yi Shi and Xian's trembling bodies weakened a little. They lifted their jade-like hands to wipe the cold sweat on their smooth foreheads, exhaling in relief. The battle aura from dozens of eras ago still has such a great power. We're just getting close to it. We haven't even entered the elemental plane yet, and there's already such a great pressure. I wonder what kind of terrifying pressure there will be in the center. Yun Nuoshing sighed. 9-colored energy and 9-colored energy particles flew around his hands, spreading out a halo that counteracted a lot of the pressure. This is the pressure of the elements. The power of the elements can only be fully unleashed on the divine spirit phone. My 9 elemental divine arts and divine weapons can only counteract it a little, Yin Nuoshing muttered to himself. Hee, that's the pressure left behind by the divine spirit. If no one deals with it, it might not disappear even after a few hundred eras. A faint laughter came from his heart, making Yun Nuoshing tremble. This voice, didn't you go silent? Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself in his soul. How could this guy still talk? Feng Yueying smiled and said, seems to have been affected by Shui Er's divine right. Occasionally, I can borrow your eyes to look at the outside world. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and said, what do you think? The final battle between the 9 gods' temple's grand ancestor and the forbidden heavenly god quarter moon. Feng Yueying pondered for a while, muttering something under his breath. Yun Nuoshing's heart trembled, and he frowned. He lifted his foot and stomped lightly. Su Ming understood. He led the group and slowly flew toward the center of the pressure, lowering their altitude. After going deeper into the elemental plane for a while, the counteracted pressure became stronger again. This time, Yishi also forcibly controlled some energy to circulate around them, helping Yun Nuoshing resist the pressure. They didn't expect that the remnant energy of the battlefield from so many years ago would be able to torment them to this extent. After flying for a while, a huge stone pillar rose from the ground. It was as if the mountain range had disappeared, shrinking from the winding mountain range into a huge stone pillar. There were many small saplings growing on the uneven stone surface. Yun Nuoshing thought that they were saplings, but after flying closer, she could clearly see that those saplings were giant trees that were thousands of feet tall. Some were even tens of thousands of feet tall. Their trunks were slanted toward the sky, and even their branches didn't droop. They defied gravity and grew freely. It was an incomparably huge godstone. It was a pillar that supported the heavens. Endless elemental power turned into water and gushed out from it like a tide. It drifted between the heavens and the earth like a huge waterfall that flowed against the current. It soared into the sky and circled around the majestic god stone incessantly. The majestic elemental stone symbolized eternity. It was like a divine monument that spanned between heaven and earth. The divine stone of heaven origin, a giant 7-colored rock, the elemental stone. It is like the birthplace of all the elements in the god realm. It is the only place in the god realm where the elemental energy from the immemorial era or even more ancient elemental energy exists. Yun Nuoshing paused. Her colorful eyes focused on the 7-colored rock. She sighed and said, of all the things I have seen, only the pillar of creation is bigger and taller than the elemental stone. It is more majestic and has more divine power. The nether void sword circled around the elemental stone from the side and didn't stop. It swept past the 7 elemental streams that went against the heavens. Yun Nuoshing and the others stared at the majestic divine stone. The elemental stone has existed for a very long time, almost as long as the heavens and earth. In that ancient era, there were only 7 elements, the 5 elements light and wind. It was only after something happened in the god realm that lightning and metal appeared. Yun Nuoshing explained. This is also the reason why the elemental stone only has 7 elements. It hasn't been changed by the god realm, and there are only 7 elements flowing in it to this day. After passing by the elemental stone, the nether void sword slowly came to a stop. An extremely tyrannical pressure spread out in front of her, causing her to be on guard. Although she wouldn't be affected, Yun Nuoshing and the others might not be able to withstand it. Even if the pressure had been weakened a lot and didn't carry any killing intent, it was still the same. After a long time, Yun Nuoshing moved her eyes away from the elemental stone and looked in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but widen her eyes. What appeared in front of him was a huge pit that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was unknown how vast the land it covered was. The edge of the huge pit stopped beside the elemental stone and swallowed a section of the mountain range. That huge pit was like an endless abyss that could devour the souls of those who looked at it. Specks of starlight filled the air and floated above the huge pit. They were like stars decorating the space into a vast star field. It was still daytime, but the starlight was like night. Those specks of starlight were filled with spiritual energy, faintly bobbing up and down in the space. Starlight? It's not nighttime yet? Chu Yingzhan turned her head and was also surprised when she saw the scene of starlight bobbing up and down. Everyone turned their eyes over and couldn't help but gasp when they saw the strange scene. While Chu Yingzhan and the others were staring at the space filled with sparkling starlight, Yun Nuoshing's heart skipped a beat. She sighed subconsciously, and a look of realization flashed across her eyes. There was also a hint of sadness. So it's this again. When I stepped into this place, I felt a faint but familiar scent. Yun Nuoshing sighed and scratched her head. Xian and the others were stunned and turned to look at her. Before they could ask, Yun Nuoshing pointed at the huge pit in front of them and sighed faintly. Look at that huge pit in front of us. Do you think of anything? Huge pit? Xian and Yi Shi were a little confused. Of course, they also saw the boundless pit below them. It should be the mark left behind by the forbidden heavenly god in his final battle. It couldn't be removed, and even the land was covered in energy. The godly tiger villa and the ghostly forest. Seeing that they were confused, Yun Nuoshing reminded them again. Xian's heart trembled when she heard the names of these two ancient places. Yi Shi and Feng also thought of something and looked at her in surprise. Speaking of huge pits, there were also two huge pits in these two places. They were blasted by Yun Nuoshing's star art. Could it be that the one in front of them? Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion and urged, "What is it? Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." Yun Nuoshing nodded. When he heard this, he looked at the huge pit with a complicated expression and said, "This huge pit is the mark left behind by the star art's attack." Hearing this answer, Chu Yingzhan still didn't understand, but Ziyan and Feng Er secretly sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. The star art was a deity art that belonged to the Yun Nuo planet. They didn't know where this deity art came from, but at this moment they seemed to have accidentally come into contact with some clue. Moreover, this is the wound left behind by the star art's self-destruction technique. Star destruction. Even the caster himself couldn't escape from the attack that was like the wrath of heaven. When the forbidden heavenly god used this technique, he didn't expect to survive. Chapter 791. The air slowly froze. Those few faint words caused everyone to fall silent. Confusion and doubt were naturally born in the bottom of their hearts. A god, and a heavenly god at that, was almost the strongest expert in this world. What kind of enemy would make a heavenly god want to destroy them at all costs? Was it too terrifying, or Yun Nuoshing and the others had once guessed that it might be the four beasts? However, there wasn't such an aura in the place where they had fallen. If the four beasts had really fallen here, they would have left behind an aura that could destroy all life. It would have lasted for millions of years, and it would have lasted for eternity. However, there wasn't such an aura here. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. He actually had Su Ming turn around and rush out of the elemental plane. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. She was in a daze for a while. When she came back to her senses, she saw the elemental stone and the huge hole rapidly shrinking in her eyes. She hurriedly shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, why are you leaving? This fairy hasn't seen enough yet. You've been in a daze. I didn't see you doing anything special." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and quietly wiped the sweat off his chin. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and said softly, "And I'm almost at my limit. If I don't leave now, I'll be crushed into meat paste by that pressure." Chu Yingzhan was startled. Mei Mao glanced at him doubtfully, seeing that his patient expression didn't seem to be fake. She also felt a little helpless. In the end, she just pouted and muttered, but didn't say anything. Yun Nuoshing saw that she didn't object and smiled. The condensed light element rushed out of his body, about to explode. Whoosh! There was a sudden and sharp sound. A colorful light suddenly burst out, startling Yun Nuoshing and the others. Then, a colorful object shot out of Yun Nuoshing's chest. It looked like a colorful scroll. Yun Nuoshing and Zi Yan were startled. They had obtained the scroll from Mu Ingzi. Except for that time, when they were in the Sea Prison Flames abyss, there had been a slight reaction. Although the scroll had been circulating, it had always been in a silent state. But now, it had suddenly appeared. Buzz. After the colorful scroll appeared, it paused for a moment, and then instantly shot out in the direction of the abyss. Xian subconsciously stretched out her lily-white hand. As fast as lightning, it brushed past her fingers. At the same time, Yun Nuoshing released the light element she had been brewing. She didn't have time to withdraw it, and it flashed away in the direction of the elemental plane. Little Xingxing, seeing the colorful scroll instantly disappear before her eyes, Ziyan's heart also became anxious. Although she didn't know what it was, the trajectory of the scroll was the closest to her. Her reaction was already fast enough. However, she was still a bit slow. What was that? Shi wrinkled her little nose. When she wanted to restrain the scroll, Yun Nuoshing's light element had already burst out, causing her to lose her target. "Forget it. Let's get out of here first." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "That scroll should be related to a certain god." As soon as he said this, Chu Yingzhan and Yi Shi were shocked. They subconsciously clenched their delicate fists and swallowed their saliva. Could it be that taboo heavenly god? Xian's voice trembled slightly. "I don't know." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "That scroll hasn't moved since I got it, until just now. Even if it did, there's no way to touch it. It's flying towards the center of the abyss. With our current strength, even if the pressure doesn't have any malicious intent, it can still crush us into dust," Yun Nuoshing said solemnly. Yi Shi nodded in agreement. Even peak god emperor powerhouses would find it difficult to step into the pressure there. If it weren't for Su Ming and Ling Hongjian's domains, they wouldn't even be able to enter the place where the elemental stones were. However, with Yun Nuoshing's strength, he was almost at his limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used the light element in front of Chu Yingzhan. Whoosh! Just as Yun Nuoshing felt that it was about time, and was about to stop using the light element, the space in front of them suddenly shook. A huge blue spatial barrier appeared in front of them without any warning. With their current speed, Yi Shi wouldn't be able to react in time. Even if she was prepared, she wouldn't be able to react in time. As such, they crashed into it head-on. The sudden jolt startled Yun Nuoshing. She hurriedly withdrew the light element and slowly slowed down. "We've been teleported." Yi Shi also came back to her senses. She looked strangely at the back, where she couldn't see anything. However, she said, it should be the chaotic elemental energy in the elemental plane that affected the spatial energy. After saying that, she added, anyway, this isn't the first time this has happened. When Yun Nuoshing heard the first sentence, she couldn't remain calm. She hurriedly took out the treasure map and was about to open it with her eyes wide open. Xian and the others also hurriedly came over. However, the map shocked Yun Nuoshing and the others because she couldn't open the treasure map again. The last time this happened was in the Mystic Dragon continent. They guessed that perhaps the treasure map didn't have any information about the Mystic Dragon continent, so it couldn't be opened. Then this time, the same thing happened again. Could it be that they ran into a small world again? It can't be that we ran into a small world, right? Yishi covered her forehead. She speechlessly said what Yun Nuoshing and the others were thinking. Small world. When Chu Yingzhan heard this, her eyes widened. She hurriedly looked around with her quick-witted eyes, as if this was the first time she had seen this kind of thing. She was very excited. However, that excitement only lasted for a second. Then the excitement on her pretty face turned into astonishment. Look at that. She hurriedly pulled Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. Chu Yingzhan's slender finger pointed to a direction in the sky, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to turn their gazes. When they saw where she was pointing, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. The god's stone towered between heaven and earth. Its seven-colored radiance illuminated the world. Like a reverse waterfall, the elemental river circled around it. That huge object, with a shocking and ancient aura, rushed into everyone's eyes. The elemental stone. The big hole is gone. Yun Nuoshing widened her eyes in astonishment. At this time, they were still in midair. Naturally, they could see the situation around them. First of all, they didn't know why the elemental stone, which they had left at the speed of light, was so close to them. Secondly, the boundless big hole had disappeared without a trace. The small world, the elemental stone, and the big hole have disappeared. Could these three have some special connection? Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and muttered to herself. Although it was close at hand, this place was still hundreds of miles away from the elemental stone. However, with its huge size, they could see it from afar. Moreover, the elemental stone that they saw here was even bigger and more majestic than the one that they had seen at first glance. It was probably comparable to the pillar of creation. Look below the elemental stone. Chu Yingzhan pointed to the bottom of the elemental stone again. She sounded a little surprised. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he also lowered his head to look. After staring for a while, he knew why Chu Yingzhan was surprised. At the bottom of the elemental stone, there was actually a city. It was built around the elemental stone and surrounded by high walls. Next to the elemental stone, it was as small as a toy city under the feet of a giant. There seems to be some movement over there, Yishi said softly. Yishi said softly and pointed in a direction. Then she turned around and looked at Yun Nuo. She was obviously asking for his opinion. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while, then looked in that direction and nodded. Let's go and take a look. If we meet anyone, we can ask about this world. Are you sure this is a small world? Chu Yingzhan asked hesitantly. The spatial map can't be opened, so there should be no mistake. However, this world is obviously related to the elemental stone. As for the specifics, we still have to go and take a look. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, he turned the direction of the netherworld ruins, soared, and slowly flew in the direction that Yishi had pointed at. Lava turned into a rain of fire and poured down from the sky. The scarlet color of blood decorated the fiery sky, and the raindrops were also stained with the smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, killing filled one's eyes. Screams and cries of pain never stopped ringing in one's ears. His body felt as if it had fallen from the sky. Pain spread through every part of his nerves, and the intense pain almost tore him in half. What happened? He couldn't remember clearly. He only felt that the world was burning. The sudden disaster had destroyed the originally peaceful city. Because he had predicted this would happen, his clansmen had safely escaped from the city. There were no casualties, so he should have followed them and evacuated. Yes, because he was worried about her safety. He turned back to take a look. After knowing that they had safely left, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was discovered and chased out of the city. He only remembered that he was hit by an all-out attack from a demon-rank powerhouse. After that, he couldn't remember anything else. He wasn't dead yet. With his immortal rank body, he actually didn't die. This guy's organs are all damaged. Half of his heart is gone, and his breathing has stopped. He's actually not dead yet. He's really lucky. What a beautiful voice. It sounded a little mischievous. Furthermore, it was shaking his almost dismembered body. Bang. Why did you hit me? You actually dared to hit this fairy. I'll fight you. Fight your head. If you keep shaking, his other foot will really step into the Yellow Springs. This voice was also very soft and pleasant to the ears. It should be a beautiful girl, a soft palm pressed against his chest, a very warm energy, carrying the vitality of the wood element, the gentleness of the water element, as well as some unknown energy, entered his body. It suddenly expanded the last bit of life he had left in him. Bang, bang. The sudden vitality made half of his heart recover to its complete state in an instant. It fiercely beat, and his stopped breathing was also fiercely awakened. Pucci, with the sudden recovery of his body's functions, a mouthful of black blood was also spat out from his mouth. However, before that mouthful of black blood could touch that person, it was evaporated into a bloody mist by a boiling hot energy. You can still spit out blood. You shouldn't die. That soft voice smiled. The healing energy increased and poured into his body. After a while, the pain in his body disappeared. His rapid heartbeat also slowed down. He wanted to open his eyes and see what the person who saved him looked like. However, even though the pain had disappeared, his body was still very weak. There was not a trace of immortal chi left. His spirit and soul are exhausted. His elemental energy is also exhausted. Looks like he's no different from us. The city 100 miles away is burning. He should have escaped from there. I can feel a monstrous blood aura coming from that direction. Brother Newell, what do you plan to do? Oh, I don't have any special plans. I think there's a good mountain nearby. Bring him there to bury. No, bring him to hide for a while. Brother, the owner of this soft voice was a man. Did you just want to say bury? You heard wrong. Don't mind it. Tisk, this guy is only at the immortal realm. He can actually recover from that kind of injury. Are you serious? Do you want to take him as your disciple? From what I can see, his bone structure and aptitude are pretty good. The beautiful voice teased. Forget it. I can't even take care of myself. Where would I find the time to take care of others? The man with the soft voice laughed bitterly. Then he felt himself being wrapped in a ball of cool energy floating up. Chapter 792. In the space tunnel, the blue light kept twisting and flashing, twisting and converging towards the end point. It was dry and boring. In here, time and space became blurry. If there was only one person, they would probably be bored to death. However, at this time, there was a large group of people walking in the tunnel. They gathered together and chatted about fantasy. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. A few girls covered their mouths and giggled from time to time, making the boring space slightly livelier. In the endless blue space tunnel, Yun Nuoshing's laughter suddenly stopped. Her body was also fixed like a nail. She made a soft sound of surprise, and her colorful eyes looked at the wall of the space tunnel. What's wrong? Yishi, Xian, and the others also stopped. Chu Xian and the others also stopped at the side and looked at her. At this time, Yun Nuoxing had almost recovered. 2/3 of her long hair had regained its color, and her body was no longer weak. She stared at the wall with bright eyes. She did not answer everyone's question, and suddenly took out her Linghong sword. A strong spatial fluctuation caused the blue space to shake slightly. Everyone was shocked. What was she doing? Yun Nuoxing waved the Linghong sword in her hand. She did not split the space apart, as everyone thought. She only took a few steps forward and touched the wall of the space tunnel with her hand. Then, she carefully extended her Linghong sword. When the silver-white long needle touched the blue wall, the latter suddenly made a soft sound. Then, a hole appeared in the wall. It was like a small hole in a piece of paper that was burned by a match. Then, Yun Nuoxing slid her Linghong sword and cut open a door that was as tall as a person in the wall. Then, she gently pushed open the space wall. After the blue space wall was cut open, what appeared was a dark space of nothingness. It was so dark that nothing existed. There was no life, no signs of life, nothing existed. It was just a dead space. Her eyes stared blankly at the space of nothingness. Yun Nuoxing suddenly turned her head and smiled at everyone. Wait for me here for a while. I'll go in for a while and feel some strange movements. After she finished speaking, Xian, Foam, and Little Bing Air stood behind her without saying a word. Yun Nuoxing and Yishi had already guessed this result, but when they saw it, they could not help but smile bitterly. Then Yishi smiled and waved her hand. Go, be careful. I'll be here to watch them. Nothing will happen. Yun Nuoxing also smiled in relief. With Yishi looking after Chu Xian and the others, she was also quite assured. She did not delay and rushed into the space of nothingness with Xian and the other two girls. The space of nothingness was abnormally quiet. The power of space that should have been violent was also very obedient. It either gathered into a ball or shrank into a region, not moving at all. Xian and the other two girls were still a little confused about this, but Yun Nuoxing was not surprised at all. Long before she left the space tunnel, she had already sensed that the power of space here was suppressed by an even more powerful and destructive power. The space that should have been cold and silent suddenly changed as Yun Nuoxing and the others continued to go deeper. At the end of the darkness, they seemed to vaguely see a star flickering. Xian also felt a strange heat in her heart. As intelligent as she was, she immediately understood. She said in surprise, "Divine flame?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her head. Her eyes flashed slightly, and her tone was a little surprised. Zai suddenly sensed something in the space of nothingness. Originally, I couldn't sense it at such a long distance. Speaking of divine flame, Yun Nuoxing suddenly coughed. She looked at Feng on the side with sparkling eyes. She held Feng's face with her hands and said, "Feng, when can your true phoenix fire be born?" Feng's eyes flashed, and Mei Mao said with a smile, "Next time, let's turn into a cocoon. Are you in a hurry to get a star?" If Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. "No hurry, no hurry. I'm just asking. Anyway, I can use it now. It's just that I'm very curious. Look at my current coquettish bitch appearance." Stroking her long, colorful hair, Yun Nuoxing forced a smile. "I really don't know how sharp my godly body will look after it absorbs the top-ranked divine flame. Anyway, I don't dare to think about it." Xian and the other two girls also forced a smile. They were quite speechless that the assimilation of energy only changed the color of her hair once. However, this was the process of the godly body's transformation, and no one could change it. Now, her shiny appearance made Yun Nuoshing look like an unknown luminous object from a distance. Who knew what she would look like in the future? The bright star quickly approached under the gazes of Yun Nuoshing and the others. In a short while, it appeared at a place thousands of miles away. Here, waves of fire surged, and the power of the void fluctuated violently. It was like a volcano embedded in the void. The bright star was constantly spewing out terrifying flames, and the power of the void, swaying in the void, accompanied by the power of space, formed by the condensation of flames and the power of space for tens of millions of years. Born in the void, this flame has the same power as Ling Hongjian. It's a rare sight in the world, the twin divine flames. 35th on the divine flames ranking Empyrean Yi Fire, and 95th on the divine flames ranking Onyx Soul Yi Fire, the only twin divine flames in the God realm. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said with a faint smile, "It's all right, it's all right. It's only 35. However, I feel honored to be able to see such a rare sight. Empyrean Yi Fire and Onyx Soul Yi Fire were born in the same place. Moreover, they were twin divine flames that could only be born together. The place where they were born was an extremely rare sight. In Yun Nuo Planet's eyes, which could see an ant clearly from hundreds of thousands of miles away, in the bright place thousands of miles away, two balls of bright flames were flapping and releasing rolling heat waves. The Empyrean Yi Fire with a faint black and milky white edge, and the Onyx Soul Yi Fire with a faint black edge were like a pair of twins. Even the aura they released was the same. Both of them had great control over the power of space. However, between the two, the eldest Empyrean Yi Fire was naturally stronger. It wasn't just because of the ranking, but because the Onyx Soul Yi Fire was separated from the Empyrean Yi Fire's body. Faint purple flames rose from its body and landed in front of Yun Nuoshing in a short while. It transformed into a tall, oval-faced beauty. Her light purple hair fluttered in the air and slapped against Yun Nuoshing's face. It was exceptionally comfortable. Although it's called Twin Divine Flames, the Onyx Soul Yi Fire was actually separated from the Empyrean Yi Fire. The second received a portion of the eldest's authority and split from one carrier. It borrowed the endless power of space here to form a second carrier. This is the reason for the Onyx Soul Yi Fire's existence. Ziyi pressed down her long hair that was fluttering in the waves of heat. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing and said, "In reality, the twin divine flames were formed because the Empyrean Yi Fire failed to transform itself. As for what it was originally like, I don't have any memories of that." Let's not bother about those complicated matters for now. Can you eat them? Yun Nuoshing shook her head and said, "Eat both of them? There's nothing special about the Onyx Soul Yi Fire after eating it." Ziyi hesitated and said. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing also pondered for a while. With his receptive divine body's current state, it wouldn't cause any great changes if it didn't contain a certain amount of energy. The Empyrean Yi Fire that was ranked 35th probably wouldn't cause any special effects either. However, its ranking on the Divine Flames list was still quite high, which was why Ziyi came to ask. As for the Onyx Soul Yi Fire that was ranked 95th, to be honest, the Divine Flames didn't mean much to Yun Nuoshing. Got it. As if thinking of something, Yun Nuoshing raised his right hand and smacked his left palm. He asked tentatively, "Can you seal it? Take the Onyx Soul Yi Fire away from the void space?" Hearing this strange request, Ziyi also seemed to think of something. She suddenly looked at him and thought for a while before nodding. Yes, but it can only be sealed for a period of time. It can't be more than 3 days. Otherwise, the onyx soul, ye fire will go berserk. Okay, anyway, it's almost time to go back to the Nine Deities' palace. Yun Nuashing agreed with a smile. He tilted his head and saw Xian's curious gaze. He explained, well, a long time ago when we were still in the Xianlong continent, Hua Ji asked me to find a divine flame for her. I agreed at that time. With her current strength, the 95th rank is quite suitable. I originally agreed to find it with her, but it seems to be a divine flame that's ranked around 100. Xian suddenly understood. Then she smilingly poked his waist with her jade finger. Seeing him jump up in surprise, she smiled and said, Little Star is really generous to use a divine flame as a gift. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He rubbed his waist and said, Didn't I agree immediately? It's not good to go back on my word. Then he reached out and rubbed Xian's dark purple hair. He said softly, In the future, when you get back the fire origin, I'll find you a better one. I don't care about it. The corners of Ziyan's lips curled up into a gentle smile, but he tilted his head with a smile. Seeing Ziyan's slightly jealous look, Yun Nuashing also found it funny and flicked her forehead. While Yun Nuashing and Zai were flirting, Zai had already rushed out. With her current strength and the other 2 divine flames, plus the divine spark, she didn't care about this divine flame that was ranked 35th. She didn't hide it at all as she rushed in front of the Empyrean blaze. With a wave of her jade hand, she grabbed it and violently stuffed it into her little mouth. She swallowed it without even chewing. After Zai swallowed the Empyrean blaze, Yun Nuashing also sensed something. He felt his body warm up, and a black flame quietly appeared in his body. Then he was instantly swarmed by 4 different divine flames. He was swallowed without any resistance, clapping her slender jade hands. Zai glanced at the Empyrean blaze. She clenched her jade hand, and a dense purple flame burst out from the void. It quickly condensed into a blooming purple lotus flower, then floated below the Empyrean blaze. The lotus flower trembled and closed slightly, gathering the Empyrean blaze into its heart. Then she formed a hand seal, and the lotus flower that enveloped the Empyrean blaze slowly shrank until it was only the size of a finger. Then, like a beam of light, it shot into Zai's forearm, leaving a very beautiful pattern there. After doing all this, Zai's figure flashed and returned to Yun Nuashing's side. She gave him a victorious smile. The entire process didn't even take a minute. The Empyrean blaze was still frantically being refined inside Yun Nuashing's body. He didn't need to do this himself. With Zai around, it was much faster than doing it himself. Although he didn't know why this girl was so proud of subduing a divine flame that was ranked lower than her actual strength, Yun Nuashing still smiled at her. She reached out and stroked Yun Nuashing's hair. After praising her, Zai turned into a ball of fire and retreated back into Yun Nuashing's body. Yun Nuashing stood quietly in place for a while, waiting for the Kongyan Yi fire to be completely refined. The majestic energy turned into a black crystal with white edges that shrank to the side of his energy carrier. Only then did Yun Nuashing stretch lazily and burp out, filled with black flames. This time, under the suppression of many aspects, not a single bit of the divine flame's energy leaked out. All of it was sealed in the black crystal. Zai, Feng, and Little White didn't dare to relax in the slightest. They were afraid that even the slightest bit of energy would leak out and allow Yun Nuashing to suddenly advance and demonize at the same time. That would be fun. Seeing that she was fine, Xian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and glanced at the void where the sea of fire had stopped raging. She took the 3 girls and rushed back to where they came from. In the spatial tunnel, Yi Shi, who was waiting in boredom, was stunned for a moment when she saw Yun Nuoxing and the others return in less than 15 minutes. She didn't expect them to be so fast. Although she didn't know exactly what they were doing, she could only guess that something good had happened when she saw Yun Nuoxing's inexplicable joyful expression. Seeing the confusion on Yishi's face, Yun Nuoxing rubbed her little head and briefly explained what had happened just now. Yishi sighed after hearing it. To be able to encounter two divine flames while walking in the void, she could only sigh at Yun Nuoxing's abnormal luck. Xiao Xian, who was curled up on Yun Nuoxing's neck and was almost mistaken for a fox skin scarf, suddenly stood up from Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Her two huge ears flapped and then straightened up. She chirped softly in Yun Nuoxing's ear. Then, her gem-like eyes stared at the void in front of her, and her furry tail wagged from side to side. Yun Nuoxing looked at her in confusion. She didn't know why this little fellow, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Moreover, it was looking at the void tunnel with bright eyes. Hence, she also turned her head to look in that direction. As far as her eyes could see, the dark blue spatial tunnel was constantly spinning and twisting. Time and space became a little blurry here. The place where they came from was also dark blue and bright white. Nothing unusual could be seen until Yun Nuoxing suddenly noticed an abnormal spot. There's something in the void. Taking a small step back in shock, Yun Nuoxing calmed herself down. That spot was just a small black spot. After it appeared in the spatial tunnel, it spread towards the spatial wall at a frightening speed and dyed the dark blue wall black. Like a virus, it caused the dark blue of the spatial tunnel to lose its vitality. Several arrays appeared in front of her eyes. Opening her evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoxing stared at the black spot and felt an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. The black spot was spreading at an extremely fast speed, causing the spatial wall to undergo a fundamental change. The space in that area was distorted. The arrays rotated and overlapped in front of her eyes, continuously extending her line of sight. Finally, Yun Nuoxing found the source of the black spot in the distance. Hiss! Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yun Nuoxing's face turned slightly pale. She saw the source. It was an unknown huge creature. From afar, it looked only as small as a black spot. But judging from the distance, Yun Nuoxing guessed that the creature's length was at least measured in units of thousands of miles. There were 3 sharp spikes on its head. It looked like a huge lizard with 2 pairs of transparent membrane wings. Its body was covered in shiny black dragon scales. Between the gaps of the shiny scales, black mist constantly spurted out like geysers. When it landed on the spatial wall, it dyed the dark blue wall into a frightening black. The black space even lost its function and became a part of the void. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what it was, but she subconsciously felt that it was very dangerous. She didn't even care about the matter of digesting Kongyan Yi fire. She hurriedly threw out golden chains and wrapped them around Chu Xian and the others who were at a loss. Then she pulled Xian and the others towards the spatial passage as if her life depended on it. Yishi was also shocked by her panicked appearance. She had never seen Yun Nuoxing lose her composure like this. Even when she encountered a near-god-level array spirit, she didn't panic like this. Yishi was very curious about what she saw, so she looked back. Yishi didn't need to magnify or remind her. Even Xian and the others could see that the dark blue spatial passage not far behind them was slowly dimming and losing its function. The spatial passage seemed to be disintegrating. Void Beast. Seeing the huge and ugly monster, Yishi's face also changed. Her cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 793. Among the tens of millions of races in the divine world, there was a rather peculiar creature. It was hard to find, and its population was scarce. It rarely appeared in the sight of humans and was rarely heard of. Even among the Yao clan, not many Yao had seen this peculiar creature before. Void beasts were not creatures that lived in groups. Even the existence of groups was questionable. Perhaps some people rarely saw them, but they had never seen other members of their race. They were born in the void and would never leave this dark and silent place for their entire lives. They were a group of ghosts that wandered in the void and fed on the power of space in the void. Logically speaking, such a strange creature should have very little interaction with humans. The territory of the void beasts was relative to the territory of the real world. It was even more vast and boundless than the territory of the real world. Moreover, the void beasts were rare and did not live in groups. Logically speaking, they should have very little interaction with humans. However, the power of space was an irresistible temptation for these magical beasts. Wherever they wandered, the power of space would be swept away. The spatial passageways created by humans were formed by extremely pure and rich power of space. Compared to the power of space that was free and drifting, this kind of power was much more favored by the void beasts. When such a huge and tough creature saw a top-grade sweet food in front of it, it would eat it. Therefore, if there were rare sightings of void beasts, most of them were unlucky enough to encounter a void beast in a certain spatial tunnel. The people inside were probably unlucky enough to become a side dish of the void beast. Congratulations, congratulations! Damn it! At this moment, in the blue spatial passageway, there was a group of unlucky people who had become a side dish of a huge void beast. Oh, perhaps it was just incidental, because that void beast was only using a very fast speed to devour the spatial passageway. It did not even spare a glance at the group of creatures that were as small as ants in front of it. Yun Nuoshing's face was pale. She pulled the group and ran as fast as she could. The light element on her body had already been pushed to the speed of light. She also used spatial energy to dash forward in the spatial passageway. However, the speed of the void beast chasing after them was much faster than her. At this rate, they would be swallowed by the void beast before they could get out of the spatial passageway. It would be as convenient as eating candy. With the spatial token given to him by the Golden Princess, unless a god intervened, no one could drag them out of the spatial passageway. However, this void beast was a huge exception. Furthermore, it did not intend to drag Yun Nuoshing and the rest out. It only wanted to devour the perfectly constructed spatial passageway while it was at it. What do we do? What do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? Run, of course. Who stepped on something when they went out? How could we even encounter such a rare creature? Yun Nuoshing and Yishi's faces were pale. They pulled the group and ran as fast as they could in the spatial passageway. They did not think of turning back to fight, not to mention that the void was the void beast's home ground, and it could unleash extraordinary power. Just the fact that the void beast had an aura that was even more terrifying than the Golden Princess's and the rest's, and Yun Nuoshing was in a half-weakened state and had eaten the space fire blaze. Under these two conditions, the chances of winning if they turned back to fight was close to zero. If their spatial passageway was devoured, although Yun Nuoshing could use Ling Hong's sword to shatter the void, she could not guarantee where they would end up after getting out of the spatial passageway, and whether they would be whole or not. The power of space in the void was chaotic, and the power of space in the spatial passageway was even more chaotic. If they forcefully broke through the two and passed through the void, it was not impossible for the chaotic power of space to throw them into the depths of the star domain. When Yun Nuoshing and Yishi were so tired that they were about to puke, only Xiao Xian was still standing on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. It was leisurely looking at the void beast that was so close that it could see it with its eyes. It was even wagging its tail thoughtlessly. However, when the void beast's eyes, which were even larger than a huge pavilion, glared at it fiercely, Xiao Xian's hair instantly stood on end. With a whoosh, it quickly burrowed into Yun Nuoxing's arms and shrunk back while trembling. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly when she felt the little fellow hanging on her chest, trembling. She patted its body and looked at the speed of both parties. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. She thought for a moment, then pulled Feng Er's little hand and said, "Feng Er, make it stop." Feng Er was stunned. She hesitated for a moment, then said an answer that made Yun Nuoxing dumbfounded. "I'll try." She also turned around. Feng Er turned around and hung half of her body on Yun Nuoxing's body. She took a light breath and let out a cry that was mixed with the cry of a phoenix. Then pink flames ignited on her body, and her eyes flickered with the light of a real flame. In an instant, she turned from a cute little girl into an arrogant and cold princess, bringing with her the aura of a monarch. Before the terrifying divine aura touched the void beast, Chu Fan was the first to tremble. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. However, this abnormality only existed for a moment. Feng Er withdrew the divine beast aura that was released on him and put it all into the space behind her. The pink aura quickly passed through the space and descended on the void beast in an instant, causing the speed of the black spots to slow down. The speed of the void beast's huge body also slowed down. This made Yun Nuoxing and she heave a sigh of relief. However, before they could finish heaving a sigh of relief, they saw a rather strange scene. Ordinary demonic beasts, even demon emperors, would directly submit under Feng Er's aura. However, the void beast's huge eyes flickered with a hint of resistance. Feng Er's aura only slowed it down a little, and the speed of the black spots spreading slowed down a little. What's going on? Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. Feng Er was still releasing her aura, but that noble and cold expression was the first to crumble. She leaned her head on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and said with a bitter smile, "The void beast's strength is higher than Sister Jin's. Moreover, its bloodline is the bloodline of a sacred beast. If it's just an ordinary divine beast, I can still control it. However, with the bloodline of a sacred beast, as long as its strength is sufficient, it can directly become a powerful existence of a sacred beast. Therefore, my aura is not very useful. In the current situation where I'm not strong enough, the status between the two of us is almost equal." Feng Er's bitter laughter entered the ears of Yun Nuoxing and the others, making them smile bitterly as well. There was actually such a thing. Yun Nuoxing patted Feng Er's head and comforted her. "It's okay. Even if we can't make it stop, we can slow it down. Just hold on for a while, and we will be able to get out." Just when Yun Nuoxing was so optimistic that they wouldn't be caught and was calculating when they could get out, the black eyes of the void beast behind them suddenly opened. A golden vertical pupil appeared very bright in that dark area. When the vertical pupil appeared, the peaceful aura on its body had a tendency to turn violent, and the dark aura there became even darker. Roar! An earth-shattering roar shook the void violently. Yun Nuoxing and the others, who were escaping at the speed of light, were shocked. That storm-like roar shook Yun Nuoxing and the others until their bodies trembled slightly. Chu Xian and the others, who were slightly weaker, even let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood appeared at the corners of their mouths. The faint blue space kept shaking and rippling like water. A small part of the space cracked, and black cracks appeared. This space passage, which was said to be able to withstand the impact of a god's attack, became unstable under the power of the void beast. The aura of the divine beast was broken, and the light in Mei Mao's eyes disappeared. Feng Er shook her head, and the speed of the void beast slowed down a little. At this time, it was even more enraged. Damn, the power of the void is so strong. Didn't you say it could withstand the impact of a god's attack? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Sorry, the void beast's power of the void is stronger than that of a god who majored in the power of space. Yishi looked back and said lightly, Yun Nuoshing was speechless with anger. She looked back at Chu Xian and the others. Gritting her teeth, she pulled the golden chain and pulled Chu Xian and the others in front of her, saying, You go first. Go forward, keep going forward, and don't stop. Don't look back. Feng Er, Bing Er, protect them. Yishi, girl. Pushing Chu Xian and the others forward, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and looked at Xian and Yishi, but he was stunned for a moment. The latter two were also looking at him with bright eyes. Without saying anything, they gathered energy in their hands and waited for his order. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a while and said, You go with them. I'll hold on for a while. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Can I choose not to listen? Yishi rolled her eyes and sneered. She turned around and made a gesture of resisting. Xian also held her hand tightly and even used the energy of the 5 elements to weave an energy chain to tie their hands together. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although Feng Er also wanted to stay, she was very obedient to Yun Nuoshing. She could only reluctantly let go and kiss his face, saying softly, Be careful. This wasn't a parting of life and death. Yun Nuoshing didn't know what to say, but he still nodded and returned a smile to show his reassurance. Mei Mao looked at him seriously. Feng Er nodded and pulled the broken chain with her lily-white hand. She mobilized the light element through the soul link and pulled Chu Xian and the others quickly through space. Yun Nuoshing's speed slowed slightly as he turned around. His face involuntarily twitched a couple of times as he looked at the void beast that was charging over with rage. The 6 wings on his back spread open as he frantically absorbed all the energy around him. In front of the enormous beast that was at least 1,000 or even 10,000 miles long, Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 were as insignificant as dust. Even a finger would be able to cover them completely. Boom. As soon as Yun Nuoshing turned around, the void beast suddenly opened its ferocious mouth. A terrifying spatial shockwave surged out along the space passage with a boom. The visible shockwave distorted the space to the point that it almost shattered. The power contained in the shockwave was so terrifying that it made him speechless. If he was hit by it, he would lose at least half of his combat power. Domain of silence. Divine reigning diagram. 5 elements heavenly formation. Heavy earth. The terrifying spatial tsunami covered the entire space passage, making it impossible for Yun Nuoshing and the others to dodge. At this moment, the 3 of them looked completely serious. They joined forces, and 2 huge magic arrays rapidly expanded in front of them. The black domain of silence expanded once again. A strange power seemed to slow down the space in front of them. The domain of silence was jointly developed by Yishi and Yun Nuoshing. It fused magic arrays and barriers. It could restrict the power that appeared in the barrier. With this, they could control all the experts in the Holy City who were above the devil rank. As soon as the 2 magic arrays and the barrier were deployed, the spatial tsunami arrived unexpectedly. After being weakened by the domain of silence, the momentum of the tsunami calmed down a lot. However, it still carried a majestic force and finally crashed into the 2 magic arrays. Boom! At the moment of impact, the space passage shook violently. The divine reigning diagram and the 5 elements heavenly formation overlapped. A strange power burst out and pierced the spatial wave like a sharp thorn. The power was divided into two sides, and half of the blue walls on both sides collapsed with a bang. Humph! Although they joined forces to resist the huge wave, the power that hit the magic arrays directly penetrated and landed on the three of them. The huge power made Yun Nuoxing and the others groan, and their bodies fly back like cannonballs. Kacha! The space shook like a tsunami. After the first wave, the second wave followed. The two tottering magic arrays continued to shake. After blocking the third wave, they shattered with a bang. Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of blood. She pulled Xian and Yishi back several tens of thousands of meters. Xian didn't feel good either. Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Retreat. Enduring the intense pain in her body, Yun Nuoxing swallowed a mouthful of blood. She pushed the light element to the limit again and pulled Xian and Yishi to turn into a ray of light, flying desperately towards the end of the space passage. Roar. A crazy roar came from the void. The fury of the void beast was burning to the extreme. It was unknown whether it was because the insignificant humans in its eyes dared to resist it, or because it was enraged that its attack did not kill the three of them. The membrane wings on its back flapped, and its speed, which already had the home ground advantage in the void, increased by several times. It madly chased after the three people from Yun Nuo planet. The roar pierced through the void. Originally, the sound should not have been heard at the speed of light, because the speed of sound could not have caught up. However, the roar seemed to have pierced through the void and landed directly on their bodies. It made Yun Nuo and the other two, who had just stabilized their bodies, shake again. Pa! Swallowing a mouthful of blood, Yun Nuoxing didn't feel good at this moment. The refinement of the space fire inferno in her body was basically complete, but because of the injury she had just suffered, it was still surging. Although it wasn't enough to cause a backlash, it still made her feel uncomfortable. Crazily surging in her eyes, Yun Nuoxing spat out the blood in her mouth. Looking at Yi Shi and Xian's pale faces, the craziness in her eyes intensified. She pulled Xian into her arms with her left hand, and the nether void sword shot out from her right hand. The divine weapons frantically fused together. Nether void final slash. Without any hesitation, Yun Nuoxing forcefully endured the surging feeling in her body. With a roar, she slashed out an extremely dazzling sword ray towards the space behind her. The sword ray was tens of thousands of meters tall and forcefully tore the space apart. Boom! The moment the sword ray rushed out, it collided with the void beast, which was also moving at the speed of light. A terrifying energy storm raged, and an earth-shattering destructive force poured down along with the storm. The hard scales on the black beast's body lost their luster and then exploded. Huge and terrifying wounds were also torn open on its body by this force. Blue blood splattered, and a different kind of blood rain fell in the spatial tunnel. Yun Nuoxing was surprised. It seemed that even though the void beast's control over the power of space was comparable to that of a god, its physical body was far from that exaggerated. She could still cause damage to it. However, after this attack, Yun Nuoxing's eyes dimmed. Her body trembled, and her speed plummeted. Roar, roar, roar. A roar that was filled with endless anger came from behind him, shaking the entire space until it shook violently. The killing intent that was crazily transmitted caused the faces of the few people from Yun Nuo Star to turn a little paler. Yishi's wine-red eyes glanced at the void beast chasing after them like a madman. She fiercely gritted her teeth, and her small figure scuttled out from Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Just as she was about to turn back and fight, Yun Nuoxing grabbed her slender arm and held it tightly. Yishi turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing weakly using her remaining strength to pull her to her side. A trace of bitterness appeared on her small face. Just as she was about to struggle free again, a ray of light flashed beside her, startling the three of them. Before the three of them could clearly see who it was, they felt that their slowed speed had sped up a lot. After a moment, they turned their heads and saw that it was Feng who had returned and was using the light element to pull the three of them. Feng, why are you back? Yun Nuoxing looked at her in surprise and coughed dryly. Then he saw that it wasn't just her. Bing Er, Chu Xian, and the others were also anxiously waiting in front of them. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The end of the spatial tunnel was right in front of them. Feeling a familiar aura coming from the connecting point, Yun Nuoxing's brain twitched, and she shouted, "Get out of the way! Extra large express delivery." Chapter 794. The dazzling azure array flashed and disappeared along with it. Yun Nuoxing and the others, as well as Chu Xian's group, released an extreme light in an instant. Even the people of the Wolf Kingdom sensed it. However, the light only shone for a moment, making people mistakenly think it was an illusion. High up in the sky, thousands of miles away, numerous azure light circles appeared in the sky. They rotated 2 rounds before disappearing, following which a group of figures appeared. The wild wind in the sky caused their clothes to flutter. The wind of the person in the lead was even pulled behind him. His back was extremely elegant. Below, there was a majestic city that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Sparks lit up the entire city, highlighting the prosperity of this city. The royal city in the center was even more so, emitting a terrifying aura, and this city crawled beside the elemental stone that was born with the heavens and the earth. Like a child, it shrank in a corner and shivered. If there was sunlight, they should be able to see the shadow of the elemental stone cast on the saint city of elements. Chu Xian shook his head in astonishment. Looking at the city below, he gasped, "Saint City of Elements? We're here already." From the Wolf King City to the Saint City of Elements, even a son of God would have to fly for a month. Signorine and the others were even more shocked. They looked at Yun Nuoxing's group in disbelief. Who on earth were these people? They had never heard of such young and powerful magic circle masters in the Empire. Looking at the magnificent Saint City below, Chu Xian was a little absent-minded. He used to regard this place as a holy land. Like many young people, he had an inexplicable yearning and longing for this place. However, a decree forced him to stand on the opposite side of this place. He had never thought that one day he would appear in the Saint City in such a manner. While they were sizing up the holy city, Yun Nuoxing, Ziyan, and the others were looking at the elemental stones. At this moment, they were quite close to the elemental stones, and they felt an inexplicable pressure. They didn't feel this pressure when they were in the divine realm, but it was different from the repulsive feeling they felt in the profound dragon continent. How should they describe it? It was like a natural pressure that prevented them from easily approaching the elemental stones. Do you see that? Elemental barrier. That's the self-generated defensive power of the elemental stone. It's used to resist the invasion of outsiders. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the elemental stone. The elemental stone, reflected in his eyes, had an additional thin barrier. The 7 colors stood between heaven and earth. The pressure seemed to originate from that barrier. What barrier? Why didn't I see anything? Chu Xian stared blankly, but couldn't see anything different about the elemental stone. He looked at Yun Nuoxing in confusion and asked. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Perhaps the people here can't see it." These strange words caused the eyes of Signorine and the others to flicker. They asked tentatively, "You are people from the great world? With a faint smile, Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and stuck out her tongue at them. It could be considered as a tacit agreement, causing their expressions to change. Your world said that if you want to go to the realm of the gods, you have to undergo a test. I think it has something to do with that barrier. After saying that, she shrugged. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly, turned around, and looked at Chu Xian. She smiled and said, "Now it's your time. Go and rescue your princess." Her words pulled everyone back to reality. Signorine and the others were shocked. They hurriedly said, "This requires a little planning. I have a plan. Beat the hell out of them." Yun Nuoxing grinned and looked at Yi Shi. Then, the two of them raised their right hands and touched each other in the air to form a seal. As the seal changed, some black energy quietly appeared between heaven and earth. Field of silence. When the black energy spread downwards, Yun Nuoxing and Yi Shi both shouted softly. The black energy suddenly expanded and spread out silently like lightning. It enveloped the entire sacred city of elements and slowly condensed into a huge energy barrier covering the entire sacred city of elements. The colors between heaven and earth suddenly dimmed, which attracted the attention of countless people in the sacred city. Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky. However, it was pitch black everywhere. Only the faint light in the sacred city managed to disperse the darkness with difficulty. They had no idea what was going on. Plop! Clang! In the sacred city's imperial palace, the soldiers inside and outside the city walls felt their bodies go soft. The long swords and spears in their hands fell to the side. Their bodies also fell down powerlessly. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. They could feel the existence of the energy in their bodies, but they couldn't use any of it. In some of the most luxurious places in the palace, there were also people lying on the ground, unable to move. These people, who were dressed luxuriously and obviously had high status, had eyes full of horror. They were god-level experts, but they had never been suppressed to the point of being unable to move for no reason. Even the middle-aged man with the crown on his head, who had a natural majestic aura flowing around him, was the same. "Your Majesty!" Everyone cried out in fear. Some people used their hands to support themselves on the ground. However, after a while, their bodies went soft and fell to the ground. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the imperial palace was filled with corpses. Holy guards! Where are the holy guards? Come and protect His Majesty. General, the holy guards seem to be under pressure as well. Not only that, it seems that the entire sacred city is under pressure. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The entire sacred city was under pressure. How powerful was this person? Why did he want to deal with their elemental saint nation? The middle-aged man with the crown was even more shocked. When did their elemental saint nation provoke such a powerhouse? In the imperial palace's dungeon, it was also a chaotic situation. Not only did all the guards fall, but even a part of the magic array was extinguished. Many cages cracked open, and the prisoners inside were also shocked. They looked at the open cages with inexplicable expressions. They were bewildered, afraid that it was a trap. There was also a portion of prisoners who were emitting a ferocious aura as they watched the cages open. However, just like the soldiers, they were suppressed to the point that they couldn't move. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. They even used all their strength, but they couldn't move an inch. In the deepest part of the dungeon, there was an iron cage that was wrapped in lightning. Under the cover of darkness, the lightning gradually extinguished and finally dimmed, returning to calmness. In the cage, there were two beautiful figures. Their clothes were slightly luxurious and did not fit in with their appearance in the dungeon. However, they also looked a little disheveled. However, this did not hinder their charm in the slightest. Clang! The sudden loud noise startled the two beauties in the cage. Following the dissipation of the lightning barrier, the iron cage also responded with a loud noise and opened. Among the two beautiful figures, the young lady in green embroidered clothes appeared to be around 17 years old. However, she already had an astonishing appearance. Her long black hair was carelessly draped behind her back. Under her long eyelashes, there was a pair of somewhat cold, beautiful eyes that flickered with a cold, steel-like glint. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. Just by looking at her, one would feel that the temperature had dropped by quite a bit. She was a living example of an ice beauty compared to the girl in the brocade dress. The other person was like a young girl, but her entire body emitted a sense of calmness and maturity. Her entire body was wrapped in a snow-white robe with a fiery red robe. Her snow-white hair flowed along her beautiful lines and finally scattered on the ground. Her beautiful face was calm and peaceful, and her eyes were closed. There was a coldness in her beauty. No, it wasn't right to say it was coldness. It was more like indifference, an indifference that didn't care about anything. Her red lips were tightly shut, and even her skin was pale, without any blood, just like a statue. Sister Finn, the dungeon seems to be, when the dungeon opened, the girl in the green brocade dress was stunned. She glanced at the iron door, then looked at the girl with the snow-white hair. The coldness in her eyes disappeared, and she said in confusion, "Someone's coming. It should be my stupid little brother. No, it's not just him. There's also an energy that makes me feel cold. This energy encompasses the entire holy city and suppresses all experts and formations above the demon rank." Chu Fen slightly opened his left eye, and a dark golden light flashed. Then he closed his eye again. Just like that, he seemed to have sensed something. A clear and melodious voice, as pleasant as the chirping of a skylark, rang out. "This is a good opportunity. Run." The girl in the brocade dress was stunned, and then she cried out. She quickly stretched out her jade-like hands and hugged Chu Fen. She quickly jumped out of the iron cage and landed on the ground. When she saw the soldiers and prisoners on both sides of the passage, she knew that what she said was true. She hugged Chu Fen tightly and ran away. Before Chu Fen could react, the young girl had already run a long distance away. When the former finally reacted, he sighed and stretched out his jade-like hand to lightly flick the young girl's forehead. He said, "You're still so impulsive when doing things. What if I'm wrong?" Sister Fen's foresight is amazing. You will never be wrong. The girl stuck out her tongue and smiled. When she saw a guard on the ground stretched out his hand to stop them, her eyes quickly turned cold. She snorted and stepped on the guard's head. Borrowing the force, she jumped dozens of meters away. On the other hand, the guard was kicked by the girl without any strength. Even though he was a demon rank expert, his head flew out and smashed into the wall. He didn't close his eyes until he died, looking at the sacred city of elements that fell into chaos in an instant. Chu Xian and the others couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others as if they were looking at monsters. With just one move, the entire sacred city fell into chaos. Countless experts restrained their energy and couldn't move. How powerful was this power? Yun Nuoxing shook his finger and said with a smile, "The silent territory was born from the combination of Shaoxi's dark erosion and my spirit enchantment. The effect now can make all the combat power above the demon level and below the king of hell level fall into silence. However, as for the time, with so many people, I reckon they can only suppress it for about half an hour. Luckily, there are no high-level gods. Otherwise, the time would be greatly reduced." Chu Xian and the others opened their mouths speechlessly. They wanted to say something, but they felt that they couldn't say anything. Don't go out. You are gods and demigod experts. The space within 10 meters of us is the weakness of the territory, so the effect won't come into play. But once you go out, you will be suppressed instantly. Yun Nuoshing looked at Signorine and the others and reminded them. All right, it's your time now. Bring your princess back. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. Is that all right? Yun Nuoshing looked at Chu Xian and smiled, suppressing all the experts above the demon rank, leaving only those below the immortal rank. Although Chu Xian had just entered the immortal rank, if he couldn't even do this, then his help would be in vain. Chu Xian's body trembled. He took a deep breath and looked at Yun Nuoshing with shining eyes. After a while, he nodded heavily. He also understood what Yun Nuoshing meant. At the early stage of the immortal rank, he had to fight against all the experts of the immortal rank. The enemies he encountered along the way were all young geniuses in the palace. Some of them were even more talented than him. But so what? If he couldn't even pass this obstacle, what right did he have to say that he had an extraordinary fate? No matter what was waiting for him ahead, he had to force his way through and break it one by one. Seeing the fighting spirit in Chu Xian's eyes, Yun Nuoshing smiled slightly. She reached out and gave him a gentle push. A gentle wind swept him down from the sky quickly. Go with your pride and honor. Take back everything that belongs to you. Chapter 795. Once again, he entered the 9 deities' shrine lying down. Furthermore, he was severely injured and exhausted. For Yun Nuoshing, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Everyone who had witnessed his miraculous recovery ability was already used to it. Therefore, everyone was very calm when they saw Yun Nuoshing bouncing around the golden shrine, full of energy, the next afternoon. Even when they were calm, they could only sigh. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 8 to 10 days. However, he had recovered all his energy in just one day. He was indeed a cockroach. After chatting with everyone to make their presence known, the Golden Queen pulled Yun Nuoshing to the side hall of the Starry Sky Library and told him in detail about the mystic realm that they were about to enter. Jiesu Mystic Realm? After hearing this strange name, Yun Nuoshing was at a loss and didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, Zai rushed out, her crystal-clear face full of disbelief. You've heard of it before? Everyone knew of the existence of this flame god. Seeing Zai jump out, the Golden Queen wasn't surprised and looked at her curiously. Yun Nuoshing also turned around and asked, Heard of it? No, not only have I heard of it, I've even been there. Zai shook her head and reminisced. After a while, she thought of something and laughed bitterly. She looked even more confused than Yun Nuoshing, the Golden Queen, and the Empress. Is there something you're hiding? Yun Nuoshing tugged at her sleeve. Zai nodded and bit her red lips. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. After a while, she took a deep breath and looked at the 3 of them. That place has already been destroyed by me, and the arrival of this news was like a heavy bomb. The Golden Queen was so shocked that she lost her grip on the book in her hand. The book fell onto the pile of books on the ground and scattered everywhere. After a moment, there was a dead silence. Her face was full of strange expressions. You and that Shadow Emperor in the ancient era already destroyed the Jiesu Mystic Realm? The Golden Queen's expression was unnatural. However, according to the information she had collected, that mystic realm still existed. Even though there wasn't much information that could explain what was inside, it did exist. To be more precise, it was during the second half of the High Ancient Era. Violet Knight nodded, but then she frowned. That was a very strange place. Zai couldn't think of a better word to describe that place. She could only use the simple word place. Even she wasn't sure what that place was. Small world, subworld, mystic realm, rule space, space, meaningless space, a void of space. She couldn't remember much. Like everyone else, after she and the Shadow Emperor came out from that place, they had forgotten what happened inside. Even though they were very powerful at that time, they were no exception. However, unlike the others, they still had a vague impression of that place. Even with this impression, they couldn't deduce anything. She could still vaguely remember the oppressive feelings she felt when she entered that world. It made her, a divine being of heaven and earth, feel like she was suffocating. The oppressive feeling that came from all directions was like a tidal wave that wanted to devour them. Even now, when she thought about it, her heart was still thumping rapidly. There was still lingering fear in her heart, so much so that she could only hide in the Shadow Emperor's soul. After listening to Zi Yan's vague description, Yun Nuoxing simply tilted his head and didn't understand what this meant. However, the Golden Empress and the Empress were already frowning. Even though they were also confused, they instinctively sensed that something was amiss due to their shrewd characters. A subworld that was destroyed in the later stages of the ancient era, or rather, a place that people occasionally set foot in. Could it be that this place was repaired by some power after dozens of eras? We can't rule out that possibility. However, if we want to know more, we can only go and take a look, Sai said. She could guess what the Golden Queen and the Empress were thinking when she saw their expressions. That's the only thing we can do. There's no point in guessing. This is all the information we have now. The only thing left is to take a look. The Golden Queen nodded. Then Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing seriously and said, "You have to protect yourself. Don't worry." Yun Nuoxing revealed her white teeth and smiled brightly. Then she was ravaged by the Golden Queen in her arms. The softness in front of him made his body temperature soar. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was really painful and happy. The top of the Fire God Temple had long been listed as a forbidden area. Even Yao Hua and the other seeds who could use the star platform to cultivate in the past couldn't come up at this time. However, other than this place, the other temples also had star platforms, so it didn't attract much attention. However, many people were curious. They all heard that there were two very mysterious people living there. When Yun Nuoxing passed by the main hall of the Fire God Temple, she saw a few people sitting in the hall. Hall Master Hua, Fire God King, Golden Palace Master, Jin Jinwang, and the two great elders of the temples were all there. Sitting beside them was Chu Fun, who had long, snow-white hair. The young lady was wearing a long white dress with a long red robe draped over it. Her pretty face was sickly pale, and her eyes were tightly shut. At this moment, she was sitting in the hall, feeling somewhat ill at ease. Chu Xian and the others were nowhere to be seen. Sitting opposite the young girl was a man with shiny hair. He looked like he was about 30 years old. His clothes were somewhat similar to Chu Fun's. He had a pair of antlers on his head and a pair of golden eyes that were very bright. He was chatting with Hall Master Hua and the others, laughing from time to time. "That's Zhuo Hua from the Candle Dragon clan." Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. When she returned yesterday, Hall Master Hua and the others had just sent out the news. Today, the Candle Dragon clan sent someone here. It seemed that they valued a clan member who had no records. However, why doesn't Chu Fan have antlers? Yun Nuoxing looked at the two luminous bodies curiously. Puzzled, she looked at the man from the Candle Dragon clan and Chu Fan's heads. The former had antlers on his head, and they were bifurcated. The latter simply had nothing on his head. As if sensing Yun Nuoxing's presence, Chu Fan, who was slightly uneasy, turned his gaze and looked at the door in the distance. Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. Chu Fun, who was uneasy, seemed to be infected by her smile. Chu Fun also calmed down and smiled as she raised her hand and waved at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing grinned, turned around, and jogged toward the upper level of the temple. The few people in the hall sensed that Yun Nuoshing had stopped in his tracks, but seeing that he had no interest in sneaking in, they did not say anything. At this moment, when Yun Nuoshing stepped on the stairs leading to the upper level, the man from the Illumination Dragon Clan smiled and said, "Was it that little fellow who brought her here?" Hall Master Hua and the others smiled and nodded. The man also smiled, slightly. "Little divine body, we, the Candle Dragon Clan, will remember this favor first." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Chu Fun and smiled gently. "If you don't want to return to the clan, we won't force you. However, I will record your name on the clan tablet. I will also stay for a few days and teach you some things about the cultivation of the Candle Dragon Clan. You won't refuse, right?" Hearing this, Chu Fun, who was still a little nervous, nodded. As it was difficult for her to move, she could only bow on the chair. "Thank you, Senior." The man smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The 3 legends about the Candle Dragon are actually the 3 clans of the Candle Dragon Clan. Now, there are not many clansmen, and one of them has even gone extinct. If there are no accidents, you should be the last Candle Dragon of that branch." Chu Fun was silent. She did not know anything about her clansmen. She had even been raised as a human since she was young. Not long ago, Yun Nuoshing and the others recognized her true form. The aura of the man in front of her made her feel very close. She did not resist much and quickly agreed to other things. Not long after he climbed up from the main hall, he turned a corner on a wide platform and saw a beautiful figure. She was dressed in men's clothes and fiddled with her long black hair that was being blown by the wind. She seemed to have heard the sound of footsteps and turned around. When she saw that it was Yun Nuoshing, she suddenly parted her mouth and smiled. "Hee, you can't go up. It's said that it's a forbidden area. The other divine halls don't have such a rule. It's really special." Chu Yingzhan put her hands behind her back and slowly walked towards Yun Nuoshing. When she got close, she bent down and looked up at him. She smiled with her pearly white teeth, saying, "Little harem man, you've come back to life?" This strange way of addressing him almost made Yun Nuoshing lose his breath and become immortal. When he came back to his senses, his cheeks were twitching wildly. He reached out and gave her a knock on her head. He could not help but say, "What the hell?" Chu Yingzhan rubbed her head and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Hee, I've been to the 9 divine halls for the past 2 days. Jining and the others have quite a good impression of you. Yesterday, you even took out a divine flame to flirt with them. You're really generous, you little harem man." Inexplicably, there was another adjective. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes fiercely. "What are you thinking about? Jining and I are just friends." "Lovers are just friends at the beginning. Later on, aren't you still?" Chu Yingzhan looked at him with a faint smile. Yun Nuoshing covered his face speechlessly. He inexplicably thought of Ziye's words. Chu Yingzhan also said the same thing in another way. It seemed to have poked his heart, making his expression a little unnatural. He slipped towards the stairs at the side of the platform dejectedly, and no longer looked at Chu Yingzhan. Hey, that's a forbidden area. Why are you running so fast? Do you feel guilty?" Seeing that he was ignoring her, Chu Yingzhan smiled even more brightly. She lifted her small feet and chased after Yun Nuoshing. Stepping onto the huge spiral staircase, Chu Yingzhan opened her mouth when she saw Yun Nuoshing walking quickly. After a moment, she chuckled softly. Mei Mao looked at him with a hint of playfulness and followed behind him unhurriedly, keeping a distance of 2 meters. Her gaze was fixed on Yun Nuoxing, just when Chu Yingzhan thought that he would hit a barrier. The former walked past the place she was staring at without any obstruction. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. She quickly took 2 steps forward and stretched out her hand. Why? Just as she stretched out her hand a little, she touched the place she was staring at just now. There was a barrier standing there, preventing anyone from entering. However, Yun Nuoxing didn't even feel the barrier and walked past it. This barrier didn't stop him. Yun Nuoxing turned around in confusion. When he saw Chu Yingzhan's expression, he couldn't help but be stunned. PFFF. At this moment, Chu Yingzhan was pouting and looking at him angrily. Her 2 delicate fists were pressed against the space barrier. It was obvious that she was excluded from the barrier. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when he saw her indignant and aggrieved expression. This forbidden area was set up for me. Why would it stop me? Yun Nuoxing found it funny. He took a few steps back and stretched out his hand to pass through the barrier. Looking at that jade-white palm, Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. She reached out with both hands and opened her silver teeth, slightly. Crack! Ouch! Yun Nuoxing looked up to the sky and howled. The sudden pain made his pretty face contort. This girl actually bit him. He was bleeding. She fiercely bit down on Yun Nuoxing's wrist, leaving behind a bite mark that could not be hidden. Only then did Chu Yingzhan let go. Then, with a tug of her jade-like hand, she pulled his hand through the barrier. Seeing him shake his hand in pain, a trace of craftiness flashed past her eyes. "You're crazy." After being inexplicably bitten, Yun Nuoxing was so angry that he was about to curse. However, when he turned his head and saw the girl staring at him, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head with an unnatural expression and walked away. Why did he feel so uneasy? "Hey, wait for me. If you don't wait for me, I'll bite you." Chu Yingzhan giggled and followed after him. Yun Nuoxing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Was this girl a dog? Why didn't he see that she liked to bite people just like Xian? The only difference was that the latter bit him to flirt, while the former, she really bit him. He even saw blood. After being chased by Chu Yingzhan to the top floor in a sorry state, Yun Nuoxing had just caught his breath when the former caught up with him and made a move as if she was going to pounce on him and bite him. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly jumped back a distance. However, when he saw that Chu Yingzhan was just scaring him, he was slightly relieved. However, he still glared at her vigilantly. God knows what happened in this day. This girl seemed to have changed into a different person. The top floor of the fire god shrine didn't change much, at least in Yun Nuoxing's impression, and that impression was almost 9 years ago. In other words, he had left for almost 9 years, and little Ming and little Purple Soul had also been sleeping here for a full 9 years and had never woken up. At that time, the coiling silk cave created by Yun Nuoxing had already disappeared. The star platform on the top floor was still filled with endless star power and rich energy. If one cultivated here, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. In the center of the top floor was a crystal platform. This crystal platform was the destination of the countless star power. On that platform, there were 2 figures, one big and one small, lying on it. She was wearing a purple gold dress and had long purple gold hair. She had a faint immortal chi and a pure and flawless soul. The girl, who was only 3 or 4 years old, lay quietly on the crystal platform with her eyes closed. She was like a rag doll. She didn't even breathe, but he could feel the surging vitality in her body, just like the last time he saw her. As for the other one, Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. After nearly 9 years, the little girl with long purple hair had finally become a mature big girl. Even her temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Although he could still vaguely see the mischievous little girl from back then, the current her had changed. That pure, holy, and flawless face was something that Yun Nuoxing couldn't recognize in an instant, especially that iconic long purple hair, the bottom half of which was black, had now turned into a color that was between gold and silver. Moreover, there was a strange light on Ming's body that was as bright as the sun, making people unable to look at her directly. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yun Nuoxing also saw 2 pairs of huge golden wings on her back. Rubbing his eyes hard, Yun Nuoxing couldn't believe that this was Ming. That lively and mischievous little girl from back then had become so pure and holy after 9 years. Was this that little brat? Why did he feel like he had seen an angel when Chu Yingzhan saw the 2 girls, one big and one small, lying on the crystal platform? Her expression instantly became even stranger. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and probed, "Are you hiding a mistress in a golden house?" At this moment, 2 veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. This girl needs to be disciplined. Chapter 796. After half an hour of chasing, the 2 people at the top of the fire god shrine finally settled down while panting. Chu Yingzhan relied on her own agility to deal with Yun Nuoxing, who had the light element, for a long time. If it wasn't for the latter directly suppressing her with a formation in the end, this farce would probably have continued for a while. In the end, Chu Yingzhan's beautiful long hair was scratched into a chicken coop by Yun Nuoxing. Although the girl wanted to violently resist, she was constantly suppressed. She could only gnash her teeth and glare at him. It wasn't until her long hair was tidied up that she reluctantly calmed down. "Who are they?" After tidying up for a long time, Chu Yingzhan was still pulling her long hair and casually asked, "My 2 little sisters." Yun Nuoxing squatted down beside the crystal platform and stroked Ming and Chu Yingzhan's small heads with his palm. His gaze was gentle. They have been asleep for almost 9 years. Until now, they still haven't figured out what happened. "Aha, so you heartlessly left your little sisters behind and ran out to play?" Chu Yingzhan walked to his side, glanced at him, and grinned. Yun Nuoxing, Okay. I won't joke with you anymore. I was wrong, okay." After a long while, Chu Yingzhan, whose beautiful hair was scratched into a chicken coop again, said with a sad face, "Why does this guy like to play with my hair so much?" After tidying up again, Chu Yingzhan curiously asked about the whole story. Yun Nuoxing didn't think much about it and told her in detail what happened in the East Sea that year. Then he sighed. "Sister Jean and the others have sent people to the East Sea countless times, but they didn't find anything unusual. East Sea, I don't know much about it." Just when Yun Nuoxing saw that she was muttering to herself and seemed to be about to guess something, Chu Yingzhan's laughter almost made him fall to the ground. "However, my stupid father knows a little about the East Sea's secrets. He even told me a little." Chu Yingzhan restrained her playful expression and said seriously, "You know anything?" Yun Nuoxing asked with some anticipation. "Do you have a map of the East Sea? I haven't been there before. I can only give you a rough idea." Chu Yingzhan shook her head and stared at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing her serious and playful expression, Yun Nuoxing was very suspicious. However, at this moment, it was obvious that he was at his wit's end. He didn't have a better choice. He nodded and took out the treasure map. He enlarged it to a size of nearly 10 feet, so that he could see the East Sea area clearly. At least, he didn't have to put his face on it. This map was full of strange lines and symbols, but Chu Yingzhan didn't care about those at this time. Mao seriously scanned the East Sea area. Her jade finger pointed on it, and her small mouth murmured something. Yun Nuoxing didn't disturb her, and only used his gaze to follow her jade finger as it moved around the map. After more than 10 minutes, he saw Chu Yingzhan's jade finger point to an area and said uncertainly, "It should be here." It was a place in the south of the East Sea. There were no islands around it, no special markings, not even words. It was a vast and empty area. Yun Nuoxing was confused. He had no choice but to ask, "What's there? Speaking of which, you haven't told me what kind of secret it is." Woo-woo. Chu Yingzhan was silent for a while. Suddenly, she laughed heartlessly. "I forgot." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He didn't immediately express his opinion. Looking at this girl, there must be something else. Just as he expected, in less than 2 seconds, Chu Yingzhan laughed again and said, "However, I heard from my stupid father that there is a very obscure energy source that affects 90% of the energy flow in the East Sea. However, I don't know the details." Ignoring the low and strange male voice that Chu Yingzhan imitated, Yun Nuoxing looked curiously at the area that Chu Yingzhan had circled with her jade finger. He pondered for a while, but couldn't find anything strange. In the end, he could only use his earring to ask the Golden Princess for help. A hidden energy source in the East Sea? First, he heard the Golden Princess reply, with some surprise. However, this surprise didn't seem to be due to the fact that they didn't know. "Sister, I do know that there is a very strange energy source there. I can even pinpoint the source of that area to a radius of 100 miles. However, little star, how did you know about that place?" The Golden Princess asked in confusion. At that time, she had sent people to investigate the East Sea. There was even an elder who went to the deepest part of the East Sea and almost touched the magma. During that time, he knew about the obscure energy source that Chu Yingzhan mentioned. However, he didn't tell Yun Nuoxing about it. The Golden Princess had also been to that area. It was very strange. Chaotic energy covered the entire area, causing all the energy to riot without any meaning or rules. Even time and space became abnormal because of this. Even as an emperor god, she felt that there was a great terror in the ocean below. That place was like a huge mouth that swallowed and disturbed everything there. "Someone gave me this information out of friendship, Ming, and the others have been asleep for too long. I am a little worried." Yun Nuoxing didn't hide his thoughts and said, "Sister Jean, tell me about that place. I will go and take a look." "I refuse," the Golden Princess said firmly. "However, even if you don't tell me, I know the approximate area." As if he knew that she would react this way, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. "So, I will have to trouble you to tell the others." Before he finished speaking, the space beside him suddenly fluctuated violently. After a while, the space shattered and a golden figure rushed out almost instantly. Behind her was an elegant and noble figure. "You little bastard, are you trying to anger me to death? Why you have to jump in when I don't let you go?" The people who rushed out were naturally the Golden Princess and the Empress. The former rushed in front of Yun Nuoxing and lost her composure as she roared at him. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. Without waiting for him to speak, the Golden Princess started scolding him. The energy there is chaotic beyond anyone's imagination. Even the Hallmaster and the others stopped when they saw that strange energy field. Even a group of emperor gods like us can't do anything about it. You are just a demon. Even if you have the godly body of a receptive spirit, do you really think that you are invincible? Do you know that you might die if you rush in recklessly? You will die. How can you not take the words of others seriously when you are already so old? These words almost broke the sound barrier and landed on Yun Nuoxing's face. The oppressive aura of a parent made Yun Nuoxing's face turn pale. He shrank his neck and looked at the golden princess with grievance. His weak appearance made the empress' heart ache. She hurriedly pulled him over and looked at the golden princess. "Why are you throwing a tantrum? It's not like you don't know our little brother's character. Furthermore, haven't we deduced that little brother might be able to solve the problem in that place? There is something that I have wanted to say for a long time. I can understand your eagerness to protect your child, but this is too much. You can't let little brother live under your protection for the rest of his life, right?" The Empress sent a telepathic message. Although she knew that the 9 deities' temple protected Yun Nuoxing very tightly, it was as if they were sick. They didn't allow him to set foot in places that were too dangerous. It seemed like the Golden Princess didn't object to the Jieshu mystery land not long ago. It was just that she couldn't stop it rashly. But that place... The Golden Princess bit her red lips and frowned. She stared at the Empress and sent a telepathic message. "That is different. You have been to the East Sea before. You have experienced it yourself. Are you not worried about letting your little brother go there?" "I am not." The Empress shook her head slightly. Then she smiled and said, "But if he wants to go, I will support him." The Golden Princess was speechless. Before she could think of an excuse, a weak voice suddenly came from the Empress's arms. "Sister, I am going to suffocate to death." The Empress was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She quickly let go of Yun Nuoxing, who was covered by a pair of weapons. The latter quickly jumped back and took a few deep breaths. Then he rolled his eyes and muttered a few words in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was dissatisfied with the Empress treating him like a child or that the weapons were too lethal. In any case, Yun Nuoxing, who was so stubborn that even 10 god emperors couldn't persuade him to come back, decided to rush to the East Sea. There were only 10 days left for the round trip. It seemed that the flow of time in the small world was different from the flow of time in the god realm. He couldn't calculate how 20 days had passed. "You plan to go to the East Sea? Okay. Bring me along. I want to go too." This matter was settled just like that. Chu Yingzhan, who was watching from the side, pounced on Yun Nuoxing and put her hands on his shoulders. She lowered her head and looked at him with a smile. "Why?" Yun Nuoxing looked up speechlessly. "Because it's fun to be with you." Chu Yingzhan grinned. Yun Nuoxing was silent. Yun Nuoxing had tears in his eyes. He sighed helplessly and said, "If you think it's fun to escape from death." Just like that, he happily decided on a partner. Before leaving, Yun Nuoxing stood in front of the crystal platform for a long time. Then he bent down and kissed Ming and little Purple Soul gently on their cheeks. Then he dragged Chu Yingzhan, who was excited for some unknown reason, and left. After leaving Chu Yingzhan on the platform, Yun Nuoxing walked back the way he came. Before leaving, it was better to say goodbye to the group of parents so that they wouldn't complain that he left without saying a word. However, when he returned to the main hall, there were only 2 glowing figures sitting opposite each other and chatting. He didn't find them. Just as he was about to leave, Chufan called out to him. "Yun, wait a minute." After blinking, Yun Nuoxing turned around and walked into the hall. He cupped his hands at the man from the Torch Dragon clan. When he saw him smiling, he waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to pay attention to him. Only then did he look at Chu Fun. At this moment, the latter's golden eyes were wide open as he stared at Yun Nuoxing in a daze. "Be careful." A moment later, Chu Fun closed his eyes and only said 4 words to him. This caused Yun Nuoxing to be stunned and nod his head. Although he could see some uneasiness and nervousness on her face, he didn't open his mouth to ask anything. He smiled and said a few words before leaving the hall. After watching Yun Nuoxing leave, Chu Fen frowned. Her ability suddenly erupted, and she saw a part of the future. It exceeded the limit of what she could see, but because of that, she couldn't say it completely after coming out of the Fire God Palace. Yun Nuoxing was still a little confused. As if he suddenly had an epiphany, he muttered to himself, "That's not right. That girl can actually see what happened to me." This was simply shocking. Whether it was Zai or the reincarnation mirror, they had deduced his future and past. One was seriously injured, and the other exploded. It seemed that Chu Fen was talking about this trip. Could it be that what happened in the past few days didn't count as the future? Could it be that the netherworld sword that could be blocked didn't affect them? Could it be that Chu Fen defied the heavens while his thoughts were running wild? He couldn't help but step across a floating island and walk to the Water God Palace. Before leaving, he had some matters to discuss with the Water God Palace Master. He wanted to solve the situation of the second trial. Water countered fire and had to fight against an entire realm. This matter could only be solved by a senior master. Boss, when passing by a training field in the Water God Palace, a familiar call pulled Yun Nuoxing back from his daydream. He raised his head and looked to the side. The only person in the world who would use this title to call him was Nightmare. Yun Nuoxing looked around the cultivation field, and as he had expected, he saw corpses strewn all over the place. Yun Nuoxing was taken aback by the bizarre scene. After calming himself down and taking a closer look, he realized that it wasn't just corpses, but rather a group of people lying in the middle of the cultivation field. At the edge of the cultivation field, Qin Yan, who had been in a trance, also came back to her senses. She glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who was walking over from a distance, and slowly rose to her feet. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes. "Something on your mind?" Seeing Yun Nuoxing's pondering look, Qin Yan didn't want to ask, but she said it out of nowhere, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Yun Nuoxing didn't mind. He nodded and said, "I have to go out again. It's very urgent." "Not really. I just want to end it early so that I can feel more at ease." Qin Yan nodded. She stroked her long hair and asked, "Do you want us to go with you?" "Boss, where are you going to fool around? Why don't you come down and fight? We haven't seen each other for half a year. This time, I can definitely." Before Mo Yin could finish speaking, everyone saw a huge white jade platform descend from the sky. With a loud rumble, it pressed Mo Yin beneath it. The world instantly quieted down. Yuan Shi and the others' cheeks twitched. They could clearly feel the pressure coming from the white jade platform. Although it wasn't the lunar platform, it was close to the pressure of a divine weapon. Yun Nuoxing threw it out like a stamp. Yuan Shi jumped up from the ground and patted his sore body. He ran to the two of them and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. "Hee, I'm a demigod now. I passed the first test and tamed a divine, venerable level beast soul. Do you want to try?" Yun Nuoxing thought for a while. Then he pointed at Nightmare, who was pressed under the white jade platform. His meaning was self-evident. Yuan Shi felt a headache coming on. This brother of his was too fierce. "Tell me, where are you going?" "We haven't gone out to play with you in a long time. We're going out to work." Yuan Shi laughed and quickly changed the topic. He didn't want to be pressed under the ground by a divine weapon. "I'm going to hell." Yun Nuoxing shrugged indifferently. As soon as he said this, it became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yao Hua and the others raised their heads with difficulty and looked over. Their faces revealed the message of, "Is this guy crazy?" Qin Yan and Yuan Shi couldn't help but twitch their faces. Although they knew that this guy definitely wasn't going to hell, he should be going to some crazy place to do crazy things. Yun Nuoxing only noticed that Huiji wasn't here. Maybe he went to subdue the divine flame. With the help of Hall Master Hua and the others, it should be easy. Soon, the fire god shrine would have another divine flame. Seeing everyone's pale face, Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Okay, I'm lying. I have to go to the East Sea for something. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But even divine emperors don't dare to set foot in that place. It's said that even Hall Master and Big Sister don't dare to go in. They had just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and the surroundings became dead quiet again. Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, it was still that crazy guy who went to crazy places. She wanted to ask where he was going, but Qinyan gave him a look to quiet him down. Then she said softly, "Be careful. Call us if you need anything." Yun Nuoxing looked at her and thought of how the two of them were inexplicably pulled together. He felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that she, a girl, didn't express anything, he didn't say anything. At this time, seeing her as a virtuous wife, his face blushed for a moment. He laughed, reached out his hand habitually, and rubbed her long hair. He nodded and replied, and seeing him rubbing her hair habitually, Qin Yan's indifferent face also blushed slightly. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Yuanshi covered his eyes and shouted in his heart, "I'm blind! I'm blind!" Chapter 797. Bang! In the dungeon, a series of muffled sounds rang out, accompanied by miserable screams. Violent energy surged and shattered, blowing up sections of the dungeon's passageways. Boom! Chu Xian and Ling Feiyang growled. A fist and a palm, mixed with all the elements and power in their bodies, slammed into the spear-wielding guard in front of them, sending him flying. He crashed into the wall and fainted. Huff! Large droplets of sweat flowed down from Chu Xian and Ling Feiyang's foreheads. Under their tattered robes, the veins on their arms were bulging. The continuous battles with demon rank experts along the way had exhausted the two of them. The disappearance of the domain of silence had awakened the demon rank experts. However, they were unable to recover to their peak state immediately. The two of them were only able to rely on the power of the immortal rank to fight until here. Even so, the two of them were already exhausted and were about to collapse. Hold on a little longer. We're almost at the door. The first prince, Ling Feiyang, gulped and said with difficulty. At first, he wanted to use his identity to escape with a few people, but he didn't expect to be inexplicably exposed midway, which led to the continuous battles that followed. Someone's coming. Chufan opened his eyes slightly and said indifferently. When this voice came out, Chu Xian and Ling Feiyang's breathing stagnated. They clenched their teeth, looked at each other, and nodded fiercely. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they walked in front. Chu Xian turned his head and looked at the brocade-clothed girl and Chu Fun. "If there's anything wrong, Bingyi, take my sister and leave with her. Don't look back." The brocade-clothed girl was stunned. She wanted to shake her head, but when she saw the burning gaze of the youth, she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Chu Fun. After a while, she nodded obediently, as if she couldn't think of a better idea. Seeing her nod, Chu Xian also nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Ling Feiyang, then picked up a broken spear and dagger from the ground and held them in his hand. A series of footsteps came from the end of the tunnel. That was where the light came from. There was also an austere aura. In this dilapidated tunnel, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Chu Xian took a deep breath. Ling Feiyang's eyes widened in anger. They were ready for battle. They could even see the shadow on the wall around the corner. The immortal chi in their bodies was on the verge of exploding. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the whole earth shook violently. The bricks and tiles above also fell down with a rumble. The dungeon was almost broken apart by the shaking. Chu Xian and the others couldn't stand still and sat on the ground. They hurriedly propped up an energy shield to protect their heads. At the end of the passageway, miserable screams could be heard. Looking at the shadows, one could see a group of people falling down like wheat being cut, and one could even see someone being slammed into the wall by a powerful force. The tremors only lasted for a second, and the screams only lasted for a short while. However, there was still a series of low moans. Those who had been inexplicably knocked down seemed to be in so much pain that they could not stand up. What's going on? The sudden change made Chu Xian and the others a little confused. Looking at the end of the tunnel, there was a mountain of people piled up in the corner like a human pyramid. Except for Chu Fun, no one seemed to know what was going on. They looked at each other and couldn't decide whether to go over or not. Let's go and take a look. Ling Feiyang was calmer. His gaze turned sharp as he looked at the end of the tunnel. Clenching the weapon in his hand, he slowly walked over step by step. Behind him, Chu Xian also swallowed his saliva. He pulled the girl in embroidered clothes and walked forward carefully. After turning the corner, they saw bright starlight pouring down from the sky. Without the restriction of the 2-meter-high passageway, their line of sight suddenly widened. What appeared in front of them was a huge pit. In the pit, there was a group of holy guards buried in mud. No one knew whether they were dead or alive. In the distance, there was a billowing, murderous aura. A few hundred meters away, there were rows of fully armed holy guards. The armor on their bodies was dark and majestic. The long spears in their hands were suffused with a chilling light, shining especially brightly under the starlight. Thousands of holy guards released a terrifying aura. They gathered together and blocked in front of them like a huge mountain. Chu Xian and the others turned pale. That terrifying aura was something that even divine sons would have to avoid. However, there was one person blocking in front of those thousands of holy guards. That colorful figure looked very slender and weak. At first glance, no one would think that she had any powerful strength. At this moment, she was standing there with 2 swords in her hands. It was like a natural moat between the holy guards and Chu Xian and the others. It made those holy guards feel as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if one person could hold back 10,000 people. "Oh, you came out? You're not dead yet." As if sensing that someone had come out from behind her, the colorful figure turned her head and glanced at them. Then she smiled faintly. A huge shadow was cast on the ground from the sky. That dark object attracted everyone's attention. Chu Xian and the others couldn't help but raise their heads. Then, their eyes quickly filled with shock. The huge object standing between heaven and earth covered half of the sacred city of elements. The flames of the battle that erupted in the sky lit up the sky from time to time. It also illuminated the 6 huge objects. They were 6 huge metal swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. They were like 6 pillars that supported the sky. The tips of the swords shone with a chilling light, pointing straight at the sky. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Time is of the essence. I won't be long-winded. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. She waved the 2 swords in her hands. Then she looked at the holy guards in front of her and shouted, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will cut you and the sacred city in half." Her shout swept past like a hurricane. The holy guards' eyes were sharp. They clenched the spears in their hands tightly. Some of them even had a drop of sweat on their heads. However, none of them took a step back. It was as if they were going to defend this place with their lives. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed. She didn't say anything. The battle in the sky was getting more and more intense. If she used the light element to escape, there might be more trouble in the future. It wasn't like she hadn't seen a joint attack formation before. She didn't believe that this big country didn't have such a thing. Then stay here. Nodding her head lightly, as if she had made a decision, Yun Nuoxing took a step forward. She raised the two swords in her hands high above her head and put them together. Taking a light breath, Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp. The energy in his body became abnormally surging, rolling over and over. A whirlwind was swirling around his body. The two swords that were raised high, also in the next second, fiercely chopped down. Heavenly mote, world-severing formation. With a low shout, the 6 huge swords, hanging high in the sky, also slashed down with his movements. The huge sword streaked across the space, directly tearing open a huge crack in the void. They covered the sky, as if they were going to tear the starry sky apart. Before the huge swords landed on the ground, the huge power they produced was like the might of the heavens descending from the sky. Even the air was forcefully cut open, creating 6 gaps. The compressed air collapsed in all directions, flattening the tall buildings in the sacred city. Below, the holy guards, Chu Xian, and the others all looked up at the huge swords with faces full of sweat. The pressure from the huge swords made them unable to move. Boom. The moment the huge swords landed, 6 terrifying sword chis also burst out from the ground. They instantly expanded to several tens of thousands of meters in size, forming a huge wave. Like a tsunami, they engulfed the holy guards in front of her. Seeing this scene, the several thousand holy guards widened their eyes in fear. From the very beginning, they did not understand why Yun Nuoxing, who seemed to be only at the demon rank, was able to block all of them by herself. At this moment, she had even unleashed such a terrifying attack. However, they did not have time to think. They all roared together and released all the energy in their bodies, rapidly condensing a sturdy barrier in front of them. The barrier contained all the power of the several thousand people. As soon as it was condensed, the huge tsunami of sword chis arrived unexpectedly. No one could personally tell what had happened, nor could they see what was happening at the center of the tsunami of sword chis. Chu Xian and the others could only see that the energy barrier condensed from all the power of the several thousand people was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the huge tsunami. It shattered with a light touch. Even the many holy guards behind the barrier were mercilessly swept away by the wave. They did not even make a sound before disappearing. Rumble, the huge tsunami of sword chis instantly engulfed several tens of thousands of meters in size. As it surged forward, it destroyed all the buildings in the imperial palace. Everywhere it passed, the earth turned into dead earth, leaving behind a huge crack in the center. The entire earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks also appeared on the ground. When the huge tsunami reached the end of the horizon, it slowly disappeared due to the lack of power behind it. In the holy city, half of the buildings collapsed, leaving behind terrifying cracks in the ground. The thickest one ran through half of the holy city, cutting diagonally along the imperial palace. It even flattened several mountain ranges in the distance. Fortunately, many people retreated from the holy city in fear after the domain of silence was unfurled. Otherwise, who knew how many innocent people would have been buried here? The fierce battle in the sky also temporarily stopped because of this attack. In the space enveloped by the array, the Holy Empire's primogenitor widened his eyes in fear. Impossible! That brat, a mere demon step. How could he release such a powerful force? Why didn't the power of laws suppress him? Tianzi's eyes were also filled with fear. His gaze swept across the battlefield. At this moment, more than half of the people in the battlefield had collapsed due to exhaustion. Some had even died in battle. The casualties of the divine underworld powerhouses were also disastrous. This battle was a devastating blow to the elemental Holy Empire. A mere demon step? Yishi sneered. She unhurriedly patted her sleeves and said, "In the divine realm, the enemies who looked down on Big Brother Nua as a mere demon step have already gathered below. Do you also want to give it a try? The power of a mere demon step?" The Holy Empire's primogenitor looked down in bewilderment. The holy city was really as Yun Nuashing said. It was split in two by him, and the holy guards were close to being wiped out. The status of their holy empire was most likely in jeopardy. There were other empires nearby that were eyeing them covetously. If today's matter were to spread, the Holy Empire would definitely be destroyed. However, with today's action, the news couldn't help but spread. If I were you, I would tuck my tail between my legs and think about how to clean up this mess. Yishi crossed her arms and glanced at him with her wine-red eyes. She said indifferently, "Is it fun to bully others as you wish? Do you really think that the world is so big that your holy empire can do whatever you want? I thought you would understand a bit after going to the divine realm, but in the end, you're still as ignorant as a child." "All right, you seem to have mentioned the rules of a small world, right? Then I'll tell you the rules of our world. My fist is big. I speak. It's about time. Make your choice. Scram back to pacify your holy empire, and let us leave in peace." Yishi smiled cutely, but the expression below was as black as a demon's. "Or, do you want me to kill all of you?" The life and death of an empire all fell into the hands of that old man. If they fought, they would definitely lose. The elemental Holy Empire would also turn into ashes in history. If they retreated, they would also lose face. Perhaps they could still struggle at death's door. The rumbling sounds in the distance slowly receded. The battle in the sky also seemed to have slowly stopped. The energy in the air was annihilated, and the movements gradually stopped. Everything was silent, other than the abyss that stretched across the holy city. It was as if nothing had happened. The battle started quickly and ended just as quickly. "It's over? I thought there would be a need to do it again." Yun Nuashing saw that the sky had calmed down and also breathed a sigh of relief. The two swords in her hands shook lightly, and she withdrew them into her body. Unknowingly, half of her long hair that draped over her back turned into a dazzling white. "Well, although I want to say that it doesn't seem to be over yet." Yun Nuashing originally thought that it was over, but she raised her head and stared at the sky. There, a huge thundercloud was brewing a terrifying power. There was no pressure, no warning, but Yun Nuashing could feel that the energy was gathering there. "Senior." A soft call came from behind, which made Yun Nuashing turn her head. Seeing Chu Xian and the others rushing over with tired faces, she could not help but smile. "You've rescued them. Not bad." Chu Xian smiled bitterly and hurriedly cupped his hands to Yun Nuashing. "Seniors, thank you for your help this time. If it weren't for you, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Well, let's talk about sentimental words later. Now." Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Golden chains shot out from under her windbreaker and quickly tied up Chu Xian and the others. Then she said, "Anyway, let's run first.